The back seat. Check the back seat.
All right, come here.
Check the back seat.
Gets in your head, right? Good. Because every year, dozens of children are forgotten in the backseat of a car by a parent or caregiver. All never thought it could happen to them. But with changes in routines, distractions, or a sleeping child, it can happen to anyone. Parked cars get hot, fast, and can be deadly. So get it in your head.
Check the back seat.
A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover. It just crossed him over nastily. Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover, powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. Josh, Mike Schaefer, and Nick.
Wow. What a time to be alive.
Every single person in this studio is wearing a hat today.
The Hat Boys.
Rank the hats. Watchers on the YouTube channel.
Oh.
Josh, I don't even know what yours is.
This is the Boston Marathon.
Why is it a horse?
It's a unicorn.
It's a unicorn.
It's the Boston unicorn.
Yeah, bro.
The
Don't you
Boston
even know?
unicorn?
Yeah.
If people could see Schaefer's face because he hasn't logged into the StreamYard yet because he's talking about pastrami, they would see that he has a
It's a
great,
conversation worth having.
Yeah.
he has a great hat. That's why I was complimenting.
Most of the
unicorn.
time for the crossover, I don't even log into the StreamYard. So just be thankful I'm even doing that.
I'm proud of
Most
you.
of the time, you're not even here at this point in time.
Hey, look at that.
Nice.
I
walks
left
in.
my house and was like, I'm getting here way earlier than usual. Walk in at like 1:47.
That's Slurry the unicorn. That's his name.
No, it's not Slurry the
What's
unicorn.
what's the significance of a unicorn, Josh?
I don't remember the lore behind it. It's pretty cool though.
Okay, there's something like
Yeah,
nice and heartfelt about it.
sure.
Somebody said the N word and a unicorn popped out of their mouth.
Wow. That is what happens in Boston. I
A
heard.
lot of N-bombs in Boston.
I say it's my yacht rock hat.
Mm.
I
You
do
doing
like
over
your
there,
Yacht
Schaefer?
Rock 1180 hat.
Schaefer looks like he's struggling.
I don't have the. It's
For
not
someone
giving
who
me
is
the
our
other
age, I
camera.
don't know if we talk enough about how bad at technology Mike Schaefer
Not
is.
great, but it's also not my fault that the camera isn't popping up. I've got the dongle. I'm plugged into the dongle. I've done everything I can on my end.
Did you go to settings and change the camera?
Yeah, I went to where it says camera, Josh.
And you click that?
And then you notice how there's
all right,
not,
all
like,
right,
a
all right. I
second-
just wanted to make sure.
In order for me to be better at technology, the technology also has to work with me.
This
I
is
don't
the
know.
correct
Double-edged sword.
old man counter reaction.
It's like John never left.
I could do a good bishop.
Oh, you definitely can. I like it when you come in during March Madness and you just repeat things you heard in the car. What was the famous thing that he said that one time that is stuck in your brain about like Seton Hall?
Yeah, they're playing Seton Hall and they've shot a ton of free throws in the game. Both teams have missed like a bunch of free throws.
God help us.
And then it's like they're at the end of regulation, just bricking all the free throws. And he at one point is just, God help us if this goes to overtime.
He just shouts things.
Yeah, it's great.
It's great.
I genuinely I don't
What?
care about Creighton, obviously. But I will listen when I know that John has like a call and I'm driving because just listening to him being completely and utterly unhinged is amazing.
Pretty
I
good.
enjoy it. I love play-by-play announcers that just obviously I listen to Paul Allen with the Vikings. So
Crazy
My
person.
uncle listens
unhinged
to
is the
Paul
way that
Allen.
I tend to go.
Yeah.
Non-Vikings fans hate Paul Allen.
Yeah, I mean, I get it.
They despise that man. I think he's
That's-
hilarious.
Yeah, I think he's funny too.
Yeah, I love the famous call against the Cardinals.
No!
It's so good.
It can't end like
I'm glad
this.
that that's the famous call, not the Brett Favre one.
Oh,
That's
that
a-
one's horrible. That one is depressing.
This is for the Super Bowl,
Super
man.
Bowl.
It's
Yeah.
not Detroit.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
I
another
like that though.
classic.
I like in pro sports how the
He
homer
snuck in
can
that one time,
also.
he said the punter's
mad.
their punter's terrible. That was a good one from Paul Allen. I like that.
Oh, maybe refresh StreamYard shape. Maybe that'll help. Either that or our dongle's broken.
It could
again.
be a dongle computer
No,
situation.
I brought my own dongle in.
Oh, maybe
It could be a
it's-
dongle computer situation.
Yeah.
I mean, they're not always the most
I
compatible.
don't like how. Oh, there
We refreshed.
there we
Josh
go.
has it.
Boom.
Give Josh
Technology.
the win.
I tell that to people all the time. Have you tried refreshing? And it always works. Not always. A lot of the time, though.
I bet you feel real smart when you say that.
I don't. I feel like an idiot, honestly. It seems like the dumbest piece of
When you
advice
call
to
the,
give.
the IT people, and they're like, "Well, have you
refreshed?
reset the
Nothing
router?
triggers
Did
me
you
more.
reset the router?"
Yeah. Nothing makes me more angry.
Now people can see Schaefer's hat. Schaefer is the winner of the coolest hat.
Yeah,
way.
he is.
He got it for
It's
Christmas.
a really cool hat.
Mr. Flat Bill.
Thank you.
Mr. Flat Bill.
It is
like
a
it.
flat bill.
I can wear flat bills. I think I
Yeah,
can pull it off.
You
I don't
do.
know
You
that
look
everybody
good. Yeah, I agree.
I
I couldn't
have
pull
a
it
big
off.
enough head.
Well,
and
you have to have a
beard
big
work.
enough head.
Okay.
Yes.
I was just going to ask, what makes somebody being able to pull off a flat bill?
Could
Because
Nick wear
I
a flat
can't.
bill?
I don't like them.
I don't know. Your head's pretty big.
Maybe.
I don't like the way they
Yeah,
look.
you have a kind of big head.
Big head. Wasn't that a character's name?
Maybe
on,
they don't like how you look.
That's
Silicon
fine.
Valley.
Yes, thank you.
Big head.
Big head.
It's usually a large.
That was a funny show for a while.
It was, and it got not that funny.
Yeah, the end of it wasn't as good anymore.
Hey, Arnold.
Yeah.
No, Silicon
Oh, that's
Valley.
football head.
Hey,
would,
football head.
What would Arnold's political orientation be?
Great question. Yeah.
We were playing this game this morning. We were taking beloved cartoon characters and trying to figure out where on the political spectrum.
You were
they
doing
would fall.
politics?
I know where Gerald would be.
It's more
No,
cartoon.
it is. Yeah. I don't know why. I don't know what the first thing that I said was, but I don't know. You guys probably didn't watch SWAT Cats. You guys didn't like SWAT.
I said SWAT Cats was a furry thing because Happer saw my shirt. He realized that Speed Racer was a Japanese cartoon.
Weeb.
And he's like, well, SWAT Cat's a Japanese cartoon? Like, no, if it's furry, it's American.
And then I wondered about
Wait.
T-Bone and Razors,
There's
if
a
they were MAGA or
there's a
not.
lot of American cartoons that have come out of that have been anthropomorphic animals. If it's furry, it's American.
Okay.
That's it.
Like you're saying this with such vigor and
Yeah.
force.
We
It
call them
sounds like a
Nick,
Nick fact.
Nick fact.
Like
Yeah, that's what
you're
we-
just are you spending your time Wikipediaing these things?
I haven't
or-
investigated it enough to know if it's true or not.
I just grew up watching a lot of cartoons, and I've realized, a lot of American cartoons just have animals that look like people, and I think that explains a lot of things.
By the way, going back to Hey Arnold, did he not have the best bedroom of any
Oh,
cartoon character?
What
in
did he
his-
have?
It was huge, first of all, but he had the
Skylight.
The skylight.
Yeah.
A big skylight.
Oh man,
It
I
was
love a skylight.
yeah.
Love natural light.
Hey Arnold
I
bedroom.
don't know why when I think of Hey Arnold, I blend it in with Recess. And I would watch that on like Saturday morning.
Oh,
I
that
would
was
watch
way-
on ABC.
Yeah, that was way different.
Yeah, and for some reason, it's because the animation looked relatively similar between those two. I just blend them, even though I
Occupies
know
the
they're not the same.
space in your brain, much
Yeah,
like Twister and
and
Jurassic
I
Park.
know they're separate, but I'm just putting them
You're
together.
the only person who does that.
But what he's describing is exactly why I think Twister and Jurassic Park are the same thing.
So wild.
Okay.
It's the same. They just occupy the same space in
Yeah.
my brain. They kind of look and feel the same, and that's it. It's sort of Morpheus. Like I don't really know why, but
Oh,
That's
Odson brings up a good cartoon, Recess. I used to love that cartoon.
That's
You
what Schaefer
said
literally
that.
just mentioned.
you
Nick-
said that.
Sorry,
You're just
I was-
like not listening when I talk
I was
because I've
logging
insulted
into
him
my
too many
Twitter.
times.
He said that
I
thing
commented
about, my
about
mom off the
Robbins
air.
earlier, and he said that it was about his mom for some reason.
What's wrong with you?
Look,
He called my mom fat.
no, your mom is not a bird.
Or
No,
is
this
she
is a cartoon.
It is.
a mom that's a
Hey,
bird.
Mama bird.
Topic.
Schaefer, you have a relatively new house. Does your bathroom have a moonlight? A moon?
No, none of the bathrooms have
What happened to those?
a moon roof. I grew up in a house that had
Me too.
like that.
Me too. Like with the bubble dome.
Yeah,
on
it
the
was.
top?
I never understood as a kid
What's the
why my
purpose?
what was the point of this?
A little bit of light. Is
It
it a little
looks
bit of light in
cool.
there for at night?
It's a
But-
little bit of light, and
I
there's.
guess it's still dark at night.
I guess I don't know why it
Well,
had to be in the
The
bathroom.
moon be
But
bright.
the way our
sometimes.
bathroom was set up though is that you would have you'd have the room where the sink and everything was, and then there was a room where the toilet and the bathtub was, and so they were separated. So the moonlight only came into the room where the sink was.
That's got to be
just-
for just light.
Aesthetics is what I'm assuming, but
I want moonlight if I'm on the toilet though. If I don't have to turn
clearly
on the light
that's
if I go
the
to the
best
toilet.
time to be looking at the moon when you're on the toilet.
What else are you gonna do?
Our bathroom
Exactly, you got nowhere to go.
has a nightlight in there. So whenever we go in it, if it's 4 a.m,
It'll be a little light.
there's just enough light where you don't have to turn it on, which is awesome. I had never done that until I was dating
Usually,
my
if
now
it's dark
wife.
enough, you could see in the dark. Because your eyes are all
Are
adjusted.
you a cat?
Yeah, I mean, like when everything is
Nimbly
dark, you can-
bimbly
you
from
can
tree
to
start
tree.
see. Yeah,
I know what he's talking about.
yeah. All you need is just the tiniest,
Yeah.
faintest bit of.
Mhm.
I mean,
And you have
I
a
can't
general,
s-
your brain prints images of what your room looks like, so you're maneuvering around.
You know what's going on
Yeah,
in that
no,
bathroom.
I can see in the dark. I just don't trust using the bathroom in the dark. I'm gonna put on a light either way.
Really?
What's the worst thing that could happen?
I don't want to
Yeah.
get pee not in the toilet.
Just
Yeah,
clean
but
it up.
it
Just
happens.
wipe it down and spray some
if
stuff.
it's dark, where am I gonna see?
Then you have to turn on the light.
Yeah.
So you got
I
to know
guess you have glasses, so this is maybe that's you're playing at
You're
a
blind as a
disadvantage
bat.
there.
Yeah, that's true. I'm not sleeping in my glasses.
famous.
Then I'm not putting them on just to go pee.
That was going to be the follow-up question.
I want a moonroof on my bathroom.
Matt emails in. Builders went away from them because they leak a lot.
That makes sense.
It does.
make sense.
It was a little rinky-dink kind of plastic dome.
It looked
lid.
like crap. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Just it served no purpose, or at least it didn't to a young version of me.
I've always wondered about the purpose, though. Like, why did they do it in the first place?
Well, you can't see it. Like you look up and it's like you might see a star. The moon is not sitting directly in the angle of which the.
If it
the
could,
roof
though,
is.
that'd be pretty sweet.
I mean,
It probably does.
especially if it's a blood moon like we had the other day.
Can
That
you
was pretty
see-
cool.
Matt Rule.
Can you see from the outside looking in? Like if you went up
So
there,
somebody crawled on your roof,
See
watch you
open
pee.
Can you see in, or is it like one of those
Two-way
visual
glass.
Are you
distorted-
suggesting you want to find out if you can be a peeping tom through moon roofs?
No, not. I don't want to find out that information. I just wondered.
You wonder if the peeping
Interesting.
toms will give you that information.
Yeah, if there are any peeping toms out there, we'll keep you anonymous. Just let me know.
Ooh, there you go. Anonymous peeping Tom hotline.
There has to be a subreddit or something for these people.
Can
so
you see
know,
through the
Discord
weird
server?
dome bubble
Yeah.
moonroof? Yeah.
By the way, multiple people reaching out to Nick Sindelar. Just sit on the toilet, Nick. Dwayne, I sit down to pee at night. Sue me.
I mean, that's fine. I don't want to sit to pee.
Too much of a man.
Wow.
No, I'm already standing.
I'm
I don't
not a
wanna-
girl. I'm Nick Graham.
It's not what I was saying at
Oh,
all.
okay. My bad.
yeah,
Hudson says r/peeping Tom. All right. Now I'm going to
It's
have to look
gotta
this
be.
up.
It's gotta
that
be.
has to be a
There's
thing.
got to be something on
It probably was at one point, but somewhat recently, Reddit nuked a lot of subreddits.
Nuke.
A lot of ones that needed to be nuked.
Peeping Tom is banned.
Yep, there it is.
It was
It was
banned to
nuked.
being unmoderated. Wow, all they needed was you, Mr. Message Board Man.
I don't want to moderate peeping toms.
Mike Schaefer's leaving his message board history in the past.
How
Yeah, if
would-
I never have to moderate again,
Oh,
I will be
topic.
okay with it.
What do you miss the most and what do you miss the least about moderating a message board?
I mean, the thing you miss the most is it's a community. Obviously, you
We do
spend
love
enough time
communities.
there.
The
You're,
people.
there's people that
Peepers.
were there shortly before I had arrived, and will be there well after I'm gone. And then
Sam, I am.
life events all occur as you're part of this community. It's like anything else. So it's definitely that. And
What do
at
you
the
miss?
same time,
Yeah.
there are very specific people that I will be happy to never engage with again.
Awesome.
I think I've maybe talked about this before, but there was like this account that had created like hundreds and hundreds of accounts because he kept just getting banned.
Oh my
And then he was using
gosh.
servers in like South America. Also, he could post about Nebraska football recruiting and Wisconsin recruiting.
I was going to say, is that Husker
yeah,
fan
I
in
mean, the
Wisconsin?
guy's on Twitter and everything too. And so
that guy still
like,
exists? What is he?
I mean, the amount of different accounts for this individual that have been banned over at 24/7 Sports is just insane.
Husker fan in Wisconsin. Wow.
He's been on all the major message
Such
board
a loser for
platforms.
just knowing a username
Yeah, well,
of a random guy.
did he pay for a subscription every time he did that?
No. I mean, so the thing is, you could have a free account.
Oh, okay.
And so that's basically what he was doing. Yeah, I mean,
That's
That's
wild.
insane behavior.
That's
like-
a lot of effort to just.
yeah, I mean, just
Troll.
all sorts of them. And the thing that always tripped him up is his posting style was the same every time. And
It
so,
looked the same.
and like, okay, your posting style is the same, and you're posting at Nebraska and Wisconsin. Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
There's a burner on Husker Twitter who just keeps creating the same accounts just to yell at media members, but he always does it in the same way. It's like, man, I figure
is that
you.
the same one from like years ago.
Yes, who calls everybody bud and pal. Like he is just, it's like, I figure you'd want to mix it up a little bit in how you talk to people, but nope. Just say that
It's
the media.
gotten to
didn't
the
know
point
that-
where there's enough of those where if I've never had interactions with them before, I'll
Mute
just
'em.
move on.
See you later.
Do they not know that we're on to them? Like that we can tell?
I-
Maybe they think they're.
I think this person's an idiot.
Okay.
I think this person.
It always makes me think of the Kansas State fan that had like 15 different Twitter accounts, like Misty Mountains and all these other ones. And every single time I'd be like posting an article and he would tweet about how this player shouldn't go to Nebraska. And I mean, maybe that guy was onto something. Who knows? But I mean, it was like he had so many different accounts. It was just incredible.
I think I want to make a burner and yell at local media members. That sounds like a great idea.
Ooh, which one would you start with?
I don't think
Which
you
one-
could pull off a burner.
No, I'm too. People would figure it out.
I don't want that to come across as insulting.
No, you're right.
But
You're right. No, you're right. I'm not insulted by it.
you're just not the type that like you don't have. I don't think you could like split off a section and be a different personality. Like you're just Connor Happer. Like this is what you are.
You're right. You're right.
I was gonna say
That's why I don't have a Royals Connor Happer Royals Twitter account.
Well, everyone would know it's you because it's a Connor Happer Royals.
Right.
Yeah.
Why did everybody figure out my burner so quick?
Yeah. What would you do if you create a burner? Like you have to change the way
Who
you
would your
type.
burner be for? Would it be to
To
get
yell at
after
media
Neb-
members.
It's
Royals.
probably no. It's
No,
probably just
I'm
getting
not-
after Nebraska basketball secretly.
No, I'm not mad at media members.
Oh.
I'm not mad at Nebraska basketball. It would be for takes about.
Sandwiches.
No,
Why
that'd be
you
too
wouldn't need a
obvious.
burner for
I
that?
wouldn't need a burner for that.
Yeah. So there's something that you really want to opine on, but you
So
don't.
What I
Not
mean by this, I want to
specifically,
go
just
back to this.
Occasionally, I think that it would be nice for me to fire off an opinion that I just can't fire off. They'd be very crude jokes, probably. You know,
I've been around you and I've heard these jokes. They're funny.
I'd say some bad.
I
things.
just text them to Josh.
He does.
That's what I did. I said I want to sign up. I want to do
And
the
usually
burner
it's
text
just
service.
it's like tweet that I can't make. And
Do
then
you know
I just
how many
send it to him.
times Schaefer has sent me a screenshot of Twitter with all of the words typed out that he was going to say?
God,
You
it's
know,
great.
like sometimes at media members and
It's been
sometimes
a
just
while.
in general.
That's
Yeah.
why I wanted to
It's
create
been
the
a
burner
while.
text service where a few select people, if you were signed up for my burner text service, you could get my unfiltered takes, my burner tweets. But nobody wants
You
to
could
sign
do
Why
the
don't
thing
you guys
on-
as a station just have 1620 the burner? It could be any of you posting from it and no one
That's
knows.
a good idea.
That is an excellent idea.
So it's a group burner.
We're all available.
But
on
So
you-
there.
everyone
you
knows
know-
that it comes from the station, but nobody knows which person from the station it
know-
comes from.
You know that it's one of us.
That said, though, when there are two spaces after a period, everyone's like, "Oh, this is John." like he would be so obvious. Like, "Oh, there's John Bishop again." firing
I
off
may
at
not know technology, but I have never texting like that.
two
ever.
spaces after a period.
It'd be mostly John stuff anyway.
Yeah, that's true.
John gets on there, he just starts firing stuff off every once in a while.
Mm-hmm.
That'd be good. It'd be funny. It'd be good for content. I don't think it would accomplish the goal of us being able to anonymously say stuff because people would figure it out.
Yeah.
Again, I think that Josh could pull off a burner. I'm assuming Nick can pull out. Like the example of this that I would use is it's like Seinfeld, where all the rest of them are actors and you're Jerry and you're just being Jerry. Like you're just Connor. I don't know that you can turn off and go not be Connor. Like you're just.
But he's
it's
wanting to
more
make
meant to be a
crude
compliment.
jokes.
Like
No, crude jokes might be back in vogue though. You might be okay.
So you think I can make crude jokes on my Twitter account?
Yeah,
crude
I see.
jokes have been back in vogue for a while.
Yeah, I started seeing more people say like the F word and stuff. I think you could bring back curse words. John always
I've
censors
said the F
himself.
word a couple times on Twitter.
Yeah, I try not to very often, but I do it occasionally.
I say the S word.
I say that a lot.
Usually
yeah.
as far as I go.
Yeah.
Unless I'm really I've dropped the F bomb a couple times.
Oh, Nick.
I saved
Ooh,
that.
have I done that on Twitter? Let's check.
I think you have. I've had people tell me since your career change that Schaefer's a bit more like
Edgy?
Loosey goosey.
yeah, he's saying what he thinks.
Wow.
Now he's not a media member. He's finally being honest.
That's a
about the
guy that I
team.
could grab a beer with.
That's what they say about Mike Schaefer.
Is this true, Schaefer?
I wish he tweeted like this.
Why didn't
when
he
was
say
with
this?
the media.
Yeah, why didn't he say 3 months ago?
Edgy Schaefer.
Mm-hmm. No, I think what happened is that the team went into the crapper at the end of the year. I think that's what happened. I don't think Schaefer got more edgy. I think the team just got worse. By the way, while Schaefer looks to see if he's ever said the F word,
Me too.
Stibb says, I'm Connor's lone burner text subscriber. The one text I received was great, BTW. You sent Stibbs a burner tweet?
I sent Stibbs one, yeah.
Wow.
He showed interest in my burner text service, so I sent him one.
That's awesome.
I said, that one's free, buddy.
wow.
Nice.
That's incredible.
Well,
So
first time's free.
there's
get him hooked.
6 instances.
Of the F word?
4 of them are in quotes where I'm quoting something else.
Okay. What's the other
And
one?
then the other 2, one was right after the Minneapolis miracle.
Oh.
I tweeted in all caps, "FU playoff gods," which clearly worked for me the next week when they went to play
Oh.
the Eagles.
Sad.
And then there's just a random one in here from looks like
Oh, no. Deleted tweets.
Yeah.
Bummer.
I don't know.
You
I know
responded to
I have a very good feeling given the date, given the year that it was Cleveland baseball related.
Mm.
Dude.
But yeah, I public persona very much try not to swear.
That's funny because
on radio do a really, really good job not swearing.
Podcast, not so much.
Podcast because I know that I can, and it's just that's who I am.
Why is it different on
swear
podcast versus
lot.
Twitter? Yeah, why is that different, you think? Is it because it's in print?
Well, I think it would say it's in recent years that I've started swearing more in podcasts, and then in recent months it's probably dialed up more.
So I've said the F word a lot on Twitter, but remember circles? I have a tweet on here where only people in your circle can see this. Did you guys ever do circle tweets?
No.
Nope.
I miss circles.
Didn't watch the
It's kinda
movie
nice.
either.
There is the thing where you can do where people could subscribe to your tweets and then you could curse in there.
I don't want to do that either.
You don't want to do that. Yeah, why would you want to be behind a paywall? You've never done that before.
I feel like written cursing isn't as good as when you can actually hear the tone and the inflection.
Agreed. I agree with that.
Somebody brought up McMaster in the text line. He does drop F-bombs on podcasts a lot. That dude loves the F word.
Yeah.
I do too. I curse all the time. It's a great thing, but not on the radio.
Me too.
I try
don't
not
know.
to.
There's just
I'm in the
something-
phase though where we and Happer is in this phase too. You have a young child, and he is emulating and saying what you're saying a lot, or in my case, that is what's happening. And had never had him repeat a swear word when I've used it. And Nebraska basketball tends to bring out more than almost anything else right now. His mom, however, who swears a lot less, he's followed her up twice with the S word.
Oh, they remember too. I mean, they'll pull stuff from weeks ago.
But
People
then
don't
he
forget.
thought, so I said it the other day, but he thought I said chip. So he just like misheard it and then was just saying that.
That's funny.
Yeah.
I
So
like
now
that.
I have to be, it's very hard to watch sports in my own home anymore.
I've watched a handful of Vikings games with you over the years, and you do curse up a storm.
Oh,
I saw a game with him earlier this year, and he goes, "The NFL's taking a touchdown away from me. They don't want them to score." I was like, "What are you talking about?"
And then I rattled off like
He was
5
like,
straight
"It's
weeks of
happened
touchdowns.
5 times. I was like,
True.
It was really funny.
I am an unhinged lunatic. It's why I don't really like watching games with people with like, it's a, if it's baseball, that's different. There's 162 of them. With the NFL, like there's a select few people that I will watch Vikings games.
I'm happy to be among the crew.
Josh has been there for 2 very fun wins.
All timers. I was there for the Lions game this year, and I was there for the awesome Bills game a few seasons ago
game.
with Stephon Diggs making that ridiculous catch.
No, it was Justin Jefferson.
Justin Jefferson, my bad. Yeah. That was
and
awesome.
then Josh Allen fumbling when they were
at the
their
goal
own
line.
one.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
And then we watched the Cowboys-Packers game, and I was
That
triggered.
game stunk.
Oh, I was so mad.
Not
I
even
also
my
said by
least
2
favorite
scores.
Cowboys-Packers game.
Then I had an hour-long drive home in the cold. Bummer.
You
Cold
were always
drive.
offered that you could stay.
That was a Sunday, though. I'd work the next day.
Yeah, you work at 2:00 in the afternoon.
Yeah,
That's not true. I woke up today at 6:45.
We didn't go to a Vikings Cowboys game because you had to work the next day.
We didn't go to a Cowboys-Vikings game this season. Thank God.
Yeah.
We had talked about it.
You wouldn't have enjoyed it, and I don't know how I would have felt about it.
No, that would have been a bad
Too much
time.
good
Yeah,
JJ McCarthy.
Whatever happened to that? You just banged it because
What, the one this year?
where you were gonna go.
We were going to go, then we never bought tickets, and then some stuff happened with Schaefer. And it was probably for the best that we didn't go.
Financially, not the best decision that one could make.
Yes, that would have overlapped with that. Yes,
Yeah.
got it.
Stibbs writes,
Hi,
something
Stibbs.
dropped in the kitchen earlier this year, and my niece said, "OMG, that scared me in my effing head." Nieces
Kids,
are
man.
funny. Yeah, they say funny words.
It's really weird.
Yeah, that's a weird sentence. It's not
Yeah,
how
it
I
is
would have
kind of a weird
described it.
sentence.
The
That's-
last time I used the F word on Twitter was in a retweet about a Fortnite and Metallica crossover. I said, "What the F is this?"
Cool.
Did you do you stop at just F? Do you guys use F as a replacement for the full word?
No, he was saying he used the full word.
Yeah, I use the full word. I
Okay.
just can't say the full word now.
I do though.
We're on the radio.
I use F.
What the F? Sure.
No, I'll just say the F word.
402 texter, bring in Schaefer more. We need more Nebraska ball honks. We got a
I
segment today for
disagree.
Nebraska basketball.
Oh, is this where Nebraska ball people continue to learn about the net?
That is pretty annoying.
What do they need to learn?
I don't know. They just need to learn how it works. What the difference between predictive metrics and
The sorting
results-based
mechanism.
metrics are, and how it all works, and how the net is not a formula that is rigged against you. Maybe some people need to hear that.
I mean, if anything, Nebraska fans should be well versed in the net because they watch it every January and February to see if their wins can be quad 1 or quad 2.
Yeah, now it's just different. Now it's just higher. It's like
Now we've
stakes.
reached the stage where it's like people really want everyone else to acknowledge that Nebraska's having this great season.
Correct.
And it's like, okay, they're ranked 10th. Just
Wait,
You're
they
in the-
want more acknowledgement? They're awesome.
Yes.
yeah.
They're in the club.
But I don't know
they
anyone
don't
that
like when-
isn't acknowledging them.
They don't like when people say like, "Oh, I don't really know how good they are."
Well, I
But
will
they-
say, as someone who tweeted this, it is beyond dumb when you are a studio show, you have the team on your television. They largely led that game other than for what, like a 30-second stretch where they didn't.
Yeah, in the second
And then
half.
the very first thing you say after the game, like it ends or whatever, you have the discussion. It comes up on your super. Are they legit? It's like, no, they're not. They're just 15-0 with wins on these teams. Like that
That's a
is
little
something that I
yeah.
find idiotic, but that's largely condensed to the way the Big Ten talks about Nebraska basketball when they have been good, going back to 2017 when they were the 4th team in the conference, and you have the SEC who's stumping to get their 12th team in, and you have the Big Ten. Well, I don't think their resume is good enough. It's like they're playing on day 3 of the tournament.
I get where it comes from. I get that there's some scars there.
Yeah.
For some
But
people.
in general, all the other sort of talking heads of college basketball are celebrating this because
Yes.
it's a huge
The
story.
story of the
They
year.
are unanimously viewed as like a top 16, like a top 4 seed right now. Like
Mhm.
that's the pool of teams they are being viewed in. So you are being compared against those teams. And in a lot of cases, they are compared unfavorably toward those teams for a variety of different reasons. And I think that's what people have problems with.
Yeah.
They're not being compared to bubble teams. They're much better than every other bubble team. They're not a bubble team.
Yeah, they're not.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, they're
Yeah.
very much in the tournament unless they go on the reverse of the streak that they're on right now.
Right.
So,
Right.
Yeah, I
Basketball.
just comes down to people get
Basketball.
really, really into rankings. When
Very much so. Everybody wants to be
Dribble,
told
pass,
they're good.
shoot. Basketball is fun.
Thank you, Nick.
Yeah, but we're with the NCAA tournament now, the college football playoffs rankings mean so much less now. They just do.
They've
Except
never.
preseason rankings; those should be bagged forever. They're trash. People are trash at doing them.
Oh, you're one of those guys.
Yeah, they're
I
horrible.
didn't know that you were one of those
It's-
guys.
Let's rank LSU 7th again.
It's just a bit.
Yeah, it's
just-
funny.
yeah, it's just
No,
yeah.
it's
Or is it a gimmick?
dumb.
Yeah, it's just like it's a way to pass time.
It's a conversation topic.
Oh,
It
I'm
really
fine with
is.
that.
Topic
It's a topic
alert.
alert.
Yeah, it's a
It's-
topic alert.
The way that they get used to then prop up the teams that beat them, and then we ignore the fact that those teams aren't good by the end of the year. That is what I find
Well, that's pretty annoying.
obnoxious.
Yeah.
It's not content producers doing it. It's the literal preseason.
Like, gets out of the media now. He
AP
hates the
poll.
media. Classic.
And he's wearing
Hate
a
'em.
flat bill hat.
Enemy of the people, Mike Schaefer.
Hate 'em. By the way, looking for a job.
Oh, interesting. Do a podcast.
I hate you
now.
and everything you stand for. Can I work for you?
I love media, but it's
Nice.
but I hate your guts too.
Careful.
Oh.
Some people on YouTube think working for the media is like working for Satan.
Yeah, Nick has
Pretty close.
triggered people. So the new YouTube video that Nick put up like an hour ago on the 1620 The Zone YouTube page.
Is he
Please
vlogging again?
like and subscribe. No, he is. He puts up videos, does breakouts. By the way, shout out to me. Before we had Max on yesterday, I was like, this needs to be the thing for tomorrow. It's going swimmingly so far. But here is the title.
Shout out to you.
Is Nebraska lying about Kenny Minchie? And the thumbnail is Kenny Minchie, Memorial Stadium behind him, and Matt Rule, and it just says lies ? And so some of the comments
pretty
early
rough.
on.
The on-threeing
Yeah.
of graphics continues.
It's pretty rough.
War Daddy Hunt 622 writes, my brother was born on June 22nd. Could this be Luke's burner? The media is the enemy in politics and sports. We'll say whatever for clicks and money. Just stir it up, ruin it, then move on to
You have to
something
admit,
else.
He's right.
How many views are on that now?
Over or almost 600.
Cool.
That's beside the point. Listen to War Dog Hunt Man.
Almost
Listen to what
500,
he's
excuse-
saying.
War
Listen to
Dog
what
Hunt
he's
Man.
saying.
Jason writes, how can they be lying? They haven't said anything. Yeah, just
Will Compton did.
that would have been my only critique, Nick. Good job otherwise, but I would have said, is Will Compton lying? But if you listen to us, John and I think that Will Compton is Matt Rule's mouthpiece.
Which is I
I also
included
think
in
that.
the video, so that's not
good job by you,
in
Nick.
the end of the video.
Good job by you.
Plausible deniability, Nick. Way to go.
Excellent work. Plus, there's not even a signature that it says dash Nick Grimm put this up, so it's just the zone.
Yeah.
The zone is the hater.
Anonymous posting.
Yesterday's video got
There's
1.3
the anonymous
thousand.
burner account. It's
Yeah,
just
it's
the zone.
1620. It's on YouTube. It's all Nick.
It's
I
all
do
me.
think you guys should do that, though. That'd be great.
1620 the burner.
The combined burner.
Hmm.
It's interesting.
Stibbs writes Team Shafe. Wow, Stibbs also thinks the media enemy of the public. He used to be in the media now too. Wow.
Yeah, but Stibbs was always. I always felt like Stibbs was
Oh, he was like
trying to get at the man from the inside. You know.
Oh yeah, that's why we kicked him out.
The call is coming from inside the house.
By the
And
way,
it's
Mike
Michael
Stibbs
Stibbs.
filling in next Friday. Stibbs, you still need to send me a movie for Movie Club. It's Stibbs' turn.
Yeah. What do we got? Oh.
I don't know. So this week it's what's the movie called, Nick? It's the guy who did Succession.
Mountainhead?
Mountainhead. John has watched it. It's very obvious that John did not like the movie, which I'm not surprised by. I was a little surprised that he picked it. Have you watched Mountainhead?
I've not heard of this movie.
It came out in like October.
Okay.
It's just an HBO movie. And it was the guy who created Succession. Steve Carell is in it.
Oh.
And then Jason Schwartzman is in it.
No, I don't like Jason Schwartzman.
Yeah.
Basically, everything Jason Schwartzman is in, I just
Really?
end
Why
up
is that?
disliking. I don't know. It started with Rushmore, which I hated, and everybody else loved. I just don't enjoy him for whatever reason. I don't know why. I have no idea why. But
Oh, that guy. Yeah.
Stibbs has sent in his movie pick. We will unveil it Friday. It is available on Tubi.
ooh,
Oh,
We're going
God,
to Tubi.
Stibbs.
Isn't that the one that has 100 ads?
Yes.
Damn it, Stibbs.
do you think he's doing that on purpose?
Yes, 100%. I
He-
think he's doing it on purpose.
Well, he did tell me when he said he was going to fill in one of the things. Oh, wow. Stibbs says he has the DVD if I don't want ads. Thank you, Stibbs. Yes. He texted me the other day. It's less fun to find weird ass movies when John doesn't participate. So, yeah, John won't be here, so John won't have to watch his weird ass movie. But I look forward to it either way. The last time he picked a movie, Nick loved it.
Yeah, it was good.
It was the one that was on YouTube.
The Salton Sea.
The Salt and Sea. Or the Salton Sea.
Salton Sea.
Yeah, not the Salt.
I did
and-
like Grand Budapest Hotel, now that I looked through this.
On what, Tubi?
No, just Jason
Jason
Schwartzman.
Schwartzman.
movies.
Oh, okay.
Did you like Scott Pilgrim?
Yeah,
Oh,
I did.
Great movie.
Great movie.
I did.
Yeah, that's a fun movie. You ever see Scott Pilgrim versus the World? There's no way in hell you've seen Scott Pilgrim versus the World.
What's it about?
Scott Pilgrim versus the World.
Well, but what
It's,
happens?
uh,
He
Scott-
dates Ramona.
Yeah, he dates this girl who has 7 exes that he has to defeat to
Yeah.
be her girlfriend, her boyfriend.
Oh, I know.
Gotta
I
be
have
your
never
ball.
seen that.
Yes.
No.
It's
I've
really,
heard of that.
it's visually pleasing. It's a really visually pleasing film.
Usually, the
What,
songs
there's
are
a bunch
good
of
too.
hot chicks in it.
No, it's like video gamey.
Auga.
It's real like video gamey and just the colors and everything, and it's really funny.
It is.
It's
Yeah.
a fun movie.
Kieran Culkin's in it.
I'd
He's great.
rather.
Kieran
I
Culkin is in
don't
it.
really like bright movies. I like dark movies.
Don't pick it for Movie Club, Nick. John would despise that.
I
movie.
kind of want to pick it from.
No, see, but that's not fun for discussion then, because John's just a grumpy goose the whole time.
a grumpy
Isn't that
goose who
kinda on
looks.
him though.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's on him.
I want to pick movies where we have fun discussions. Not, yeah, I
But
kind
it
of
seems
hated
like
that.
now you're having to cater all of your decisions. Like John has full veto power.
No, that's not true. I pick movies that I haven't seen for the most part that I think are going to be great. That's my goal for Movie Club.
And my goal is to pick movies that I
That
think
he's seen
will,
100 times.
will spurn interesting conversations because of how they were made or the
See,
process.
you seem like you just want to troll John.
he
no.
does. He picked
Even the
this,
way you said no was not believable.
No.
he picked this movie, the
At
short
all.
list of the worst movies.
No, it was a terrible movie.
Nick picked it for God knows what reason. Why did you pick that one?
I picked it because I wanted us to have a bonding experience of watching a terrible movie.
yeah, he did it on
Yeah.
purpose. Like that's
the
that-
That's the only time
It's
I did that. though.
garbage.
I
If
did
you-
it once, and I did.
If
you
you guys
wanna-
ever watched The Room?
It's not that bad.
I've seen. Oh, like have I seen it? Yeah.
so
yeah,
that came out when I was in college, and I had this group of friends that were like super pumped and excited to go watch this terrible movie and then talk about it and this whole. And it's like I don't get it.
Wait, you're thinking of a different version of the. You're not talking about
the Brie Larson one.
Okay, you're talking about the one where it's based
yeah,
off
the Tommy whatever.
of. Yeah.
Wiseau.
Oh hi,
Yeah.
oh hi,
Oh,
Mike.
hi,
Yeah.
Mike.
Oh, hi, Mike.
I
And
did
it's like-
not kill her. I did not.
I don't. Very few times do I want to spend my time watching something I know I'm going to not like just so I can then mock it. Like it just, I don't know. It doesn't.
The idea of like what Abed would do on Community, like let's watch a crappy movie to
Yeah.
make fun of it. That is also not my
Oh,
jam.
yeah.
I
good one.
can't. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I have some other friends like that too, where I get invited over and we're gonna basically kick Puncher 3.
Yeah,
And it's like I don't want to watch this.
I like watching bad movies with other people if I know it's bad, but if I'm watching a movie and I don't know it's bad and then I watch it and it turns out to be bad, I get upset.
Wow, really?
Yeah. I
Oh,
like
I
to
do
go
go
in
the
knowing it's a
opposite.
bad movie. I don't
That's
want
a-
to be surprised with bad.
Wow, I would
You-
never
you
just
don't wanna
watch
be
a bad
surprised
movie. I
when
agree
it's
with
bad?
Schaefer.
Yeah, bad movies.
I'd
are
rather
dumb.
just have it be bad and then, oh, darn it. I guess
Yeah.
I'll try again. Yeah.
But when there's the sole purpose of viewing it is that it's one of the worst films ever made is not a like selling point for me.
No, yeah, I want to watch good movies. That's my goal.
I just think it's a waste of time.
Yeah, for sure. Only so many hours in a day.
And I waste so many of them that I can't afford to waste more.
Only so many movies you're going to ever watch.
Wow, that's
For me, that
depressing.
number is significantly less.
Yeah, it's like 5.
There's a movie
He
that
used to be a big movie guy.
He did?
Why? Why do
He
you
had
say
like
that?
this stretch where he went to the theater like 3 times in a 2-month stretch in like 2021 or something.
I love how that's a
He was
lot.
coming back talking about Mystic Pizza
Yes.
and
Uncut Gems.
the Alley movie
Nightmare
with
Alley.
yeah.
Yes.
Oh,
No,
I hated Nightmare
And
Alley.
he just kept going to these movies and then would have opinions on them and it was like, wait, who are you? Why are you going to movies?
That
now?
was a very heavy volume movie.
Yeah,
watching
no,
time
it was
for me.
wild. And you
Yes.
would have all these like opinions on it. It's like, I used to go to all of this and I don't do it anymore.
I
Now
love
I'm, like,
going to
insanely
movies.
jealous.
I love going to
Oh,
movies.
the $5 movie phase of my life was amazing.
We used to go to movies together sometimes.
Yeah.
Schaefer and I saw Fargo together once at the
Yeah.
Alamo. God, that was great.
You had never seen it before, right?
No, I had. I just never seen it on the big screen.
Yeah.
I love going to see old movies that I've seen before on the big screen. Goodfellas was a great
That sounds
experience.
fun.
I saw Goodfellas with Alex Sindelar within the last 4 or 5 years. It was awesome.
I was pissed when
Oh.
they did that re-release of Interstellar in IMAX because it wasn't in Omaha.
Sad.
I really wanted to see that in IMAX because I saw it at my crappy theater back home when it came out.
Stibbs writes Mystic Pizza or Licorice Pizza.
Licorice Pizza.
It was that one.
I like Licorice
Whichever.
Pizza. That's the Paul Thomas Anderson movie.
I didn't
We did
like
that in
one.
I
movie
love
We
club.
did.
that
I
one.
didn't like it that much.
How come?
It just wasn't
Is
my
Mystic
jam.
Pizza a thing? Did I
Mystic
make that
Pizza
up?
is
That's
either
also a movie.
Yeah, but it's
Okay.
from like the 90s.
Yeah, it's Julia Roberts, maybe.
I don't know. Never saw Mystic Pizza.
I don't remember what that was about. I watched it though.
Hmm.
It was on Christmas. We went on Christmas. My wife's family goes to movies on Christmas.
I used to do that a lot.
We used to do that on Thanksgiving. We'd watch the Cowboys game and then go to a movie. Toy Story 2, for example.
We did the Star Wars movie for all those years in a row that kept coming out around the holidays.
That's awesome.
All right. So, what NFL topics do you guys have today?
Great question. We are ranking the teams 1 through 14 on most likely to win the Super Bowl.
All right. Panthers 14. Then what's 13?
Got to stay tuned later on the show.
Wow.
We're doing that at 3:50. Also, Michael Severe writes on
The
YouTube.
Eagles, Josh will say probably.
No, they are way higher than I want them to be. Michael Severe writes, so far, Unemployed with Mike Schaefer has been great. Yeah, this is
Hey,
a
thank you.
podcast host. This is great. I
Yeah,
get to
Schaefer,
say,
you have a
check out
job.
Mike Schaefer on the I-80 Club, Unemployed with Mike Schaefer. That's where he does stuff.
You
And
have a
Husker Man.
job to host a show called Unemployed.
Yeah.
What's
Are they
up
not
with
paying
that?
you over there? That's pretty wild.
It's just an opportunity to reinforce that I still haven't found meaningful employment
Passion project.
multiple months in.
Now, the
Yeah.
question, of course, that people will follow up, what happens when you do find meaningful employment? Will you cross out the
I don't know.
employed with Mike Schaefer?
Let's worry about
Or
that
is
if
the
I
show
find meaningful
canceled?
employment.
Will the podcast get canceled?
It's like asking how you'll react when Nebraska wins their first tournament game. I have no idea. It
Change
needs
the
to
name.
happen.
Change the name to unemployed.
You know what? Okay, I'm going to be super cynical. When they win, I'll be happy, but I'll be more like, algorithm. This is going to be awesome for the algorithm.
What is wrong with you?
That's how I think. I'm a
Yeah,
businessman. I'm not I don't like, I'm happy
You're
that you're
disgusting.
happy. I'm happy for my friends.
That's good. That should be the prevailing and only thought.
And
Not
the
how many
algorithm.
clicks do I get?
But I like clicks. It's
This
important.
is why War Dog Hunt Man got
Enemy of the
so
people?
mad because you're
Yes.
over here like you're the literal antithesis of the click guy.
Well,
You're like Nebraska wins a game. Clicks.
I see you doing click videos now.
I'm
with
doing them.
takes
Uh-huh.
and things like that. This is ridiculous.
Got to
I'm
make
sick-
money.
I'm
There's
sick of it.
Happer, there are bills to pay, and I want to buy a house someday.
That's true.
Yeah.
Why does that sound like a poem?
Yeah, I didn't mean it to rhyme. I apologize. I have bills to.
You can
There's
buy a
bills to
house.
pay. I want to buy a house someday.
Keena writes, unemployed too. This time he's employed.
I want as many sequels to that as there are Police Academy movies.
Play two, employee of the month.
Oh,
That's a good one.
Stibbs, love it, Shafe. Rankings are pointless. It's stupid, and I hate them. Also, Shafe, let's rank the NFL playoff
Yeah.
teams. I can't wait for this. You want to talk about an impossible
I very
exercise?
specifically meant the AP preseason poll.
Yeah.
Every NFL team that's left besides the Panthers is number 6 most likely to win the
Dude,
Super Bowl.
I
a lot of teams that I want to put ninth, and you're only allowed to put one.
I hate my list. I despise it. I do not like it. I don't trust it. It's going to be terrible. I can't wait to unveil it.
It has been so much fun talking NFL with you this year because it's such a weird season, and it's like your brain can't handle it.
It can't. I don't know.
You spent all year telling like yourself that the Broncos can't be this good, or that there's no way that
wait
this
till you
can
see
work.
them in the rankings.
They're the 1 seed. Sam Darnold and the Seahawks are going to poop down their leg at some point in time.
They will.
They're the 1 seed.
I can't believe he's still like, no, they're fine. Like, I can't believe it.
Why would I not think that?
Because of Sam Darnold in the postseason.
Okay,
remember?
so what game in the last 6 weeks am I like, oh, well, they can't beat this team because, oh, wait, no, they beat them.
You said
they
that
just
like
beat
a year
the
ago.
49ers.
You said it like a year ago.
They just beat the Panthers, who are a playoff team.
They are.
Somehow.
Barely.
They
Legally.
just beat the Seahawks.
Just wait.
Yeah. They beat the Seahawks. That's what he'll be doing because he is going to let down the Seahawks.
They beat the Rams.
Oh, them too.
You guys better go.
Yeah, we got to go. It's already 2:34. All right, that was a crossover powered by Everlevel Concrete
You're in
Repair in
charge of
Omaha.
this
I gotta go home.
At
You
everlevelconcrete.com.
cut it off, don't you?
Okay, yeah. Bye.
Grum starts next on 1620 The Zone.
Tracking warm and sunny weather here for your Wednesday afternoon, expecting high temperatures to get right around the 60-degree mark. It will come with a breezy southwest wind, but that is the only knock we have on your Wednesday afternoon. Late this evening, we'll drop temperatures back around the freezing mark, but into the afternoon on your Thursday, we're tracking a lot of rain. I'm meteorologist Luke Vickery, KETV Newswatch 7.
Get into Prairie Flower Casino and get more. More of the newest and hottest slot machines, more wins in the PFC Sportsbook, and more action at our live table games. And enjoy your favorite beverages and food at Sky Bar and Grill with more nonstop sports on our wall-to-wall TVs and more of the friendly service you know and love. Play longer, win more at Prairie Flower Casino, minutes north of downtown Omaha. Must be 21. Please bet responsibly.
Host is roasting every morning. Host is roasting every day.
At Host Coffee, every cup of coffee served comes with a promise. A promise of quality, innovation, and a dash of fun. Ensuring your workday is as delightful as your coffee break. Call Host Coffee today.
Proudly serving Nebraska since 1972. Host Coffee is always roasting something good for you. KOZN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
It's like 60 degrees outside. It's like one of those early spring days, except that winter is barely 2 weeks old. Wow. The Grum begins right now.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Welcome in, everybody, alongside Mike Schaefer. I'm Josh Peterson, Nick Grimm producing. It is Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone, 1620thezone.com, 1620 The Zone app, 1620 The Zone TV, the YouTube channel, zonetv.live.
We're on Twitch.
Tune in.
Facebook.
We're everywhere. Wherever we be,
We be.
we be.
Weeb?
Sorry.
Nice.
You need to finish.
No, that's it.
I was going to say, you mentioned the weather, and I'm actually a little sad because it's like we're not going to get to partake. And then not only that, I was just informed that I had to like pull the blind down. So now we have no light in here.
Correct.
So we're going to turn this into a cave on what's probably the nicest day of the month.
It's a bummer. It probably be the nicest day for... When will we have a day this warm again? What is the over?
It'll be a
on
day
the
in February.
Yeah, but like it'll be early February or late February.
Probably late February.
Yeah, we're gonna
February.
get. I feel like we're gonna get smoked with some snow pretty soon. Like this has been a little too nice. A little. Too
I
nice
was
so far.
prepared for this to be a winter where there was just snow all the time.
That's what people are saying.
I thought that my work was just going to be like learning how to drive a snow plow and just driving that thing around my neighborhood, and
Oh wow.
plowing driveways, and,
Oh.
Snowplow
that
shaper.
kind of thing.
Uh-huh.
But
No.
hasn't come to fruition.
Instead,
Plus,
you
I
didn't
don't
even
own
need a
truck,
coat.
so that would be difficult.
Yeah, you do have a new vehicle.
Yeah.
You had a very emotional post about your old car on
Wasn't that
Instagram.
emotional.
It was for me. It was like first date was on this car. Last drive
Yeah, I
with
mean-
Slider. Like all these things, and I was like, man,
Have you
that
never
car-
There's
gotten
someone who
sentimental
like
about a
thinks
car?
about that probably
I
more.
wasn't being critical.
No, have you never gotten that sentimental about a car?
No.
Like my crappy old car, I kept that for alive as long as I did because of sentiment.
I didn't even like that car.
But a lot of
It
nice
has just
things
gone
happen.
through a lot of life.
Yeah, for sure.
But
Got
no,
you for life.
I tend to be like more sentimental about a house or a car than probably other people would be.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I'm happy that thing's gone though.
Yeah. See you later. I remember when you got that thing. I remember when that was
Remember
new.
why I got that thing?
Yeah?
Thanks, Lincoln Police Department.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Wow.
I was going to do an unpaid podcast at Michael Bruntz's house and just get plowed into in an unmarked intersection.
Do you remember the time when to do a podcast you had to go somewhere?
I do, yeah.
That's a
I kind of
wild
miss
time.
those.
Yeah.
The conversations before and after the podcast, very good. The
Pre-show
actual
and post-show
podcast
banter.
conversation, not so great.
No, it's a great podcast. R.I.P.
Yeah.
You being on that podcast, but you
And then
do a
my
different
car
podcast
was on
now.
someone's front lawn,
Yeah.
and a Lincoln police captain come running up to see if I'm okay.
Wow.
He just plowed into my vehicle.
Speaking of podcasts, let's get to the Grum Down, brought to you by the Rooferys at John Higgins Weather Guard, because one of your old podcast cohorts, Brian Christopherson,
Hey, I know
joins
him.
the Grum in about a half hour. I can't wait to talk to BC. You're hopefully excited to talk to BC as well.
Yeah, it could be a conversation.
There could be a conversation. Maybe we'll talk about the net rankings, among other things. Brian Christopherson.
I mean, I know Brian a little bit. I can't
You think he has
imagine he
any
has a
takes?
particularly strong opinion on
Yeah.
that ranking.
All right. Well, we'll find out if he does in about a half hour. Also, as it says on the Grum Down, Nick, the great Grum Down, that's blue.
The Indigo Grum Down.
Mike Schaefer's in the building, but people know that. How many scribes will call Tone Crazy Legs? Have you noticed that old sports writers, whenever there's a quarterback who can run, they just call him Crazy Legs all the time? It was Crazy Legs Chubba Purdy.
I just thought it was because that's sort of alliterative.
Crazy Legs.
Yeah. Chubba.
Yeah. See, but they did that with TJ. I saw Crazy Legs TJ.
I did not see that.
I did. I saw it in one
Yeah.
column. Yeah.
I guess I wouldn't think that because for, like Latif's high school career, he ran a lot.
Uh-huh.
And Chuba was much more of a passer.
So is Crazy Legs more of it's a passing quarterback who runs a little bit?
Yeah, that's what I think.
Okay, so this quarterback ain't Crazy Legs because he's a dual threat quarterback.
Right.
We'll talk about that in our next segment. The portal is upsetting many people. There's a lot to talk about today over the last, 24 hours. A bunch of stuff has happened nationally, so we'll talk about that. National Fun League, a great football segment. We talked about it at the very end of the crossover. We will rank the playoff participants 1 through 14. And yes, the Panthers are the free space at 14. But then who's at number 13? And who's at number 6? It's really difficult to put this list together. So you can play along with us on the show. Speaking of the NFL, Shafe, I'm pumped that you are here for the last convo of the year with Mitch Holthus.
You ready?
After this, we won't talk to him until maybe the draft, and if not that, July.
When was the last time we stopped talking to Mitch this early?
Probably before
Patrick Mahomes. It was January.
How many
of
years have you been doing this segment with Mitch now?
2015. This is the first year they've missed the playoffs in that whole run. Yeah, we've had him on for over a decade now.
I would have guessed it was closer to like 2019.
Yeah, we started it in the early
2015,
early Andy Reid era. It was year 3.
Now I wonder how many times I've been in on a Thursday talking to Mitch.
Well, it's a Wednesday, so I don't know.
Well, whatever day. It used to be Thursday.
No, he's always our Wednesday guy. Yeah.
We've always been at war with East Asia.
Nice. Good reference, Nick. 1984. George Orwell.
I swore it was Thursday.
Yeah. Anyway, there you go. Mitch will join us. We'll talk about the end of the Chiefs season and what's next for them. Dumb Debates. It's Dumb Debates Wednesday. Get your Dumb Debates in right now. # Dumb Debates on the JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed. I have not put out the beck and call for those. So
Ooh.
I love Dumb Debates with Schaefer.
Send them in. I do too. Schaefer always has great questions and great ideas.
Sometimes. I didn't have anything planned for this one, so I'll work on it.
All right. And finally, the worst college basketball game of all time.
All right, I got one.
All right. This is great. I can't wait to hear what this. Don't forget to write it down. Sometimes you have great ideas and then you forget. And so we don't want anyone forgetting.
Good call.
Yeah. It's always important. It's like when you're going to bed and you have an idea. You're like,
it's not really a debate, though. I got to figure out a way to frame it as a debate.
All right.
Back in the shop. I'm not typing it out yet.
Wow.
Type it out so you have the framework.
Nope. Don't need it.
Wow. Interesting.
Right.
I would have been with Nick on this because sometimes I go to bed and I'm like, oh, I have a great idea. And then I don't do it. And I'm like, oh, what was
You
my
got to
idea?
get one of those astronaut pens.
Well, nice. You know what I started doing? I just write an email to myself and I send it to myself. And then I wake up and I'm like, hey, an email.
I text myself a lot.
I have a whole note in my phone dedicated to like half ideas that I want to flesh out eventually.
Yeah, I come up with it.
What app do you use to keep that note?
Samsung Notes.
Okay. Yeah. The iPhone notes can like disappear occasionally. And
Really?
Wow.
I've lost stuff that way. They're just like hidden somewhere in the cloud. I don't know how to
That's
find
a
it.
bummer. Yeah, that's why I email or text. And it's just going to be there the next day. 402-951-1620. You can give us a call. You can text us. That is the Prairie Flower Casino Zone Hotline. Don't forget, each week we give out a $100 gift card to the Sky Bar and Grill at Prairie Flower Casino.
Great place. We've been.
Yeah, it was almost a year ago that we were there and we were smashing some food.
I have not stopped thinking about those wings.
I go there to watch the playoffs at some point.
We got to figure out when we're watching games together, when that's going.
Why don't you guys go
Traditionally
together
do next
to
weekend.
Sky Bar and Grill?
That's a great call, Nick. Maybe we will go to Sky Bar and Grill. So you can give us a call or shoot us a text at 402.
I like that idea.
951-1620. Alex and Lincoln writes, oh, here we go with Josh's weather predictions. Don't worry. Shafe, no predictions. Well, I guess I did just say it's going to snow a lot, but I'm usually wrong. So that's good. I could be wrong. Give us a call. Shoot us a text. You can also find us, as I mentioned a moment ago, on the JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed at USC 1620, at Posh Jeterson, at Mike J. Schaefer, and at Grim and M. I don't have my old handle back. It's
Twitter hates you so much that when I search for your old handle, it just like doesn't bring it up until you spell the entire thing out.
It's very frustrating.
Oh, that's fun because for me, I typed in part of his old handle and it worked, and then I clicked on it, and then it's just account suspended.
Account indeed suspended. Account. Okay. Yeah. Not great. I miss it. Oh, well. We'll figure it out.
They should allow people to like graffiti your suspended account like you're just this shut down building in like
windows,
a city somewhere.
Or people throwing rocks at the windows.
Like you can just put stickers on it, like internet. This needs to be a thing. I'm going to send Elon.
How do you come up with these ideas?
That's a good idea, though, right?
It is. I just don't know how you came up with it. What a funny
If you think of Twitter as just sort of like city, then yeah, like you're a decrepit, old, falling down building.
Amazing.
He's recently
you were shut down for blight.
Wow. Amazing. Just got a dumb debates question in right now from the 402, so we'll save that for later. And Schaefer already. Well, no, he said he didn't have it. What did you say? You were putting it back in the garage?
It's back in the factory. It's got to be worked on.
Get the framework in. That's all.
All right.
I got to figure out how to make it it's more of an open-ended question, like a discussion-oriented question.
All right. Is it a topic? Should we do it as a whole topic?
No, I originally had thought about pitching it for the crossover because I'm very curious what Happer's answer would be.
Wow.
And then we got off onto other things, and I just buried it and can use it some other time.
All right. Well, we'll have another crossover in the future, I'm sure. So we'll do it eventually there. And the Equitable Bank inbox, Josh at 1620thezone.com or Nick at 1620thezone.com. John writes it's supposed to be in the 50s again next week. All right. It'll be awesome again next week. It does suck, though. Like, if this was a Saturday, I wouldn't be inside at all.
So you have an afternoon show, so that the apex of the best time the temperature is when you're going to be in here.
Yep.
No matter what. So like you don't even get the full experience.
Yep.
Whereas, next week I'm probably just going to start sending selfies of me out on a walk with it really nice and just sending them to you.
You live by a lake?
Yeah, it's going to be great.
It's a great lake. Yeah. So when
Great Lakes.
the weather is
It's not Erie and it's not Superior. I'll let you guess which one it is.
70 degree days rock, obviously, for everybody. But for me as a runner, it's also like, okay, cool. It's going to be like 50 in the morning, and that's like perfect running weather. So I get to enjoy it a little bit. But yeah, when the best weather is from 12:30 until 5.
Yeah.
Don't get it at all. That said, we're chopping off days, man. The sun it's setting a little bit later every day. I am totally like, let's get past this dumb NFL season where the Eagles will probably win another Super Bowl, and let's get to the extended sunlight
Josh
hours.
wants to fast forward to college baseball.
No, not that, Nick. I want to fast forward to reading season. I'm reading a book right now that I am loving the hell out of, and I can't.
There's no season. That doesn't exist.
Yeah, it does when you got games to watch on the weekend. You don't have as much time to read. So once football's over, I'm going to be reading up a storm. I'm just sick of this season. It's triggering me.
Why don't you read before
You're
bed?
triggering people who can't read probably right now.
What, illiterate people or like people who don't have time? What are we talking
They're
about?
the same thing. Really.
Yeah. Wow. I read before bed, Nick. I'm talking about having Christmas break. I read most days for like 2.5 hours, like every day. I don't have that right now. I don't have time for that. So I want that on my Saturdays again.
Okay.
That's the sneaky good part about football being over. It's
So
like, you know
what tonight will prevent you from being able to watch?
We are finishing up the Pit rewatch because the new season drops tomorrow. So
you're choosing television, rewatching television over a fresh new book.
yeah, well, I'll get back to the book. Don't worry.
Okay,
I'll keep my reading streak up.
Yeah, you were trying to blame sports earlier. You're blaming the NFL, which is really just a manifestation of your anger at the Dallas Cowboys.
Which I told you about, and you were like, "No, it'll be fine."
It's really fun to see Schaefer do his interrogation thing to you.
It's not no one gets interrogated.
Yeah,
I have friendly conversations.
This isn't torture, Nick. Reading streak 370.
Torture is watching Matt Eberflus, and Josh got to see him go out the door.
Thank God, and I didn't have to watch the last game. It's a great
There
time.
you go.
All right, those are the ways to get in touch with the show. We would love to hear from you all throughout today's Grum. When we return, let's talk about Nebraska's new quarterback. Don't call him Crazy Legs. I'm going to call him Tone. That's what I think we should call him.
You're going to confuse John, though, because he's going to think you're talking about Petiti.
Petiti, that's a good point, Nick. Also, Michael Severe sent me Tone's stats versus highest rated defenses. He sent me quite the email. And then
the ACC stuff isn't...
classic. Mike Schaefer, unshackled, going to be a hater about Nebraska football.
All right, look, no one's hating.
No one's hating. All right, don't put it on the internet that anyone is hating. All right, when we return, we will talk about Tone, the new quarterback for Nebraska football. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct on this Wednesday on 1620 The Zone.
John Higgins Weather Guard, Omaha's roofing, gutter, and siding company.
With WeatherGuard and the Higgins family, you don't just get a company, you get a family who is connected to Omaha, invested in Omaha, gives back to Omaha. And so you see that pride of ownership, not just in their company and the work that they do, but their pride and ownership in the community.
John Higgins Weather Guard, the home of the roofery. Make the right call.
Josh Peterson, Mike Shaver, Nick Grimm. It is on Sportsmanlike Conduct here on 1620 The Zone. John Bishop will be on the call tonight for Creighton and Villanova. 6 o'clock pregame right after the Grum. 6:30 tip right here on 1620 The Zone. Also over on 1019 The Keg.
Do you think John went full native in Philly? When he comes back to Omaha, do you think he's going to be used to things not shutting at 6?
Great question. Also, is he going to throw snowballs at Santa Claus?
Oh.
Another great question. And
will he come back with Eagles gear for you?
Go Birds, go Birds. It wouldn't surprise me. Though, he's been going to Philly for over a decade and he never has. So,
yeah, but I mean,
but he knows that I'm ultra triggered at this moment in time.
Is he always there for 3 days and 2 of those days he's not doing anything?
No, this is his longest trip ever that I can recall where he has just done nothing. He's on the show the last 2 days, but they got there early, man. Pretty wild.
Real early.
Pretty wild swing. So, yeah, that's what's coming up after the show. We'll talk about the Creighton-Villanova matchup later on in the Grum. But right now, we have to talk about Nebraska's new quarterback again, or as Nick wrote in the title, for now. Nick just trying to trigger Husker Nation.
I just want people to set their expectations.
Not a bad idea, Nick.
Yeah, he's trying to get Man Bear Pig really upset or whatever.
Nice. What a reference.
That's my favorite South Park ever.
Super Cereal.
Really? That? Yeah. Wow, that's a good topic.
So
that's a good topic.
They actually did a follow-up saying, because Man Bear Pig was supposed to be global warming. That was their thing for it. And then later on, they said, hey, Man Bear Pig is actually real.
And that's why it's 60 degrees outside in January. Nebraska's new quarterback.
Now who's being depressing?
Bingo. Well, Nick was the one who brought it up. I was just going to blow on by it, but he's like, did you know it's about global warming? I did. So they have a new quarterback. For now. Shafe, this is a situation that has been interesting to follow, to say the least, going back to last Friday when Kenny Minchie commits and then he decommits on Monday, and now Anthony Calandria commits and signs yesterday. So he is in the fold. All kidding aside about, do they have their quarterback for now? No, they have their quarterback. He has a year left.
A guy, yeah.
He has a year left. Would you dare say more of a presumed starter than Minchie was, given that he has been a multi-time starter at different schools, in fact? So we agree there.
I mean, this isn't like I'm any sort of amazing soothsayer or, tea leaf reader or anything, but both were going to be the starting quarterback. It just feels like this seems a lot more obvious, given that he's pretty much been the starting quarterback for the last 3 years of his career.
Yeah.
He's not coming here to then just be a backup. And so I guess if Latif sticks around and there's a competition in the spring and Latif is just that much better, okay, maybe we revisit that conversation. But when Kenny Minchie went back out the not physical door, because he never went through a door actually in the state of Nebraska, they needed to find their quarterback. And so they went, all of those guys that they were looking at were coming in to be the starter. I mean, that's, if you're spending the amount of money that you're going to spend in NIL at quarterback here, like, it's presumed that this is the starting guy. That's why the next one, assuming they get another one, is going to be more like, was it Marcos Davila?
Yeah, so he's going to be viewed as the third stringer.
Yep.
The next guy is. I would agree with you there.
And that's all assuming that Latif chooses to stay, because
what would happen? So he has another 9 days to decide if he's going to stay. He decides to leave. Then they're trying to bring in 2 other guys, right?
Yeah.
And those guys are total depth players.
And if you're TJ Latif, I'm not sure that it makes sense to leave unless you're comfortable going and being the starter at like a UNLV or a San Diego State or a wherever, like, I don't think he's going to go get a Power 4 job anywhere. So you could make the case that for TJ Latif, his best chance to be a Power 4 starting quarterback in 2026 is at Nebraska.
Yeah, that's interesting.
So that's why I think he ultimately ends up staying, but we'll see.
All right, so let's talk about the new quarterback for Nebraska and the things that we like about him. So, the first thing that jumps out, when you look up and down, he was the Mountain West Offensive Player of the Year. He put up 4,000 total yards in 2025, 36 total touchdowns. And I do think, Shafe, that unlike, and I said this to you earlier today on your pod, but unlike TJ Latif and Kenny Minchie, who are players that have mobility, but I don't consider dual threat quarterbacks, I think that this is a true dual threat quarterback. He rushed for almost 650 yards last year on over 5 yards a carry. That's including all of the sacks that he took. So he took more than 25 sacks. He still averaged 5.1 yards a carry. That's like actual mobility that he brings to the table. He added 10 rushing touchdowns on the ground. And again, the 36 total touchdowns. There is a lot of starting experience, whether it's last year whether it's the 2 years before that at Virginia, which means then that he has power for starting experience. The things you don't like, the obvious one that, again, is jumping off the page to people is he has been turnover prone, 61 total touchdowns in his career, 36 total turnovers. And I think when you dive a little deeper, the 26-20 touchdown to interception ratio at Virginia, to me, really jumped out because it's like, okay, his touchdown to interception or touchdown to turnover ratio last year better, 2025 that is, but in power competition, he struggled even more. And you look, I think right now it's very fair to wonder, is he going to be put in a situation that is awesome all the time, given that I don't know what's going on with the running back room. I haven't seen a lot from the wide receivers over the last few years. We all have offensive line questions. And Dana Holgorsen left a lot to be desired, regardless of how many times the quarterback was or wasn't audibling out of plays. So I know that I just threw a lot at you.
Yeah, where would you like me to go first?
Is there anything that we're missing in terms of a like or a dislike? Or is that kind of all of the stuff?
So this plays off of what you talked about with the dual threat, but one of the big problems for Nebraska football is red zone offense.
Horrible.
And so having a quarterback that can move with his feet in the red zone makes you a much more dangerous team.
Absolutely.
When the field gets short.
Mm-hmm.
And so having that ability, I mean, it's just something they couldn't do with Dylan ever at any point. And so having that ability as part of your offense is very, very valuable. And so when you get into those 3rd and shorts and 4th and shorts, and you don't have to just turn around and hand it off, or you're not attempting some new abomination of a tush push or whatever else.
With the
you can go and have a quarterback and run the zone read, and it's a legitimate threat. And so I think that's one aspect that I really like. The one thing that is difficult for me when assessing quarterbacks that have production, that's why the Kenny Minchie conversation was so great, because it's like, he could be anything.
He could be anything you want him to be, yeah. He's door number 3.
Here's what I find difficult. Like, none of us know what the situation was at Virginia, and they obviously had a really good season the year after he leaves, so that doesn't bode particularly well. And yet at the same time, I don't know what he was working with. He's playing early in his career. Is it because he was the most ready to play, or he was simply the option they had? What is the team context of all of that? Are the interceptions because they're having to chase points all the time and you're just down, and his offensive coordinator's like, you got to hunt down the field for us to get back in this game? Like, there's so many different ways to frame some of this. And then it's early in his career. So there's also the part of me that's like, and this was some of it for me with Aiden Childs, like, he didn't have as many turnovers this year, and I know he didn't play as much, but some of it too is like, okay, do you hold the first season of someone's career against them if they're turnover prone when it's the first time they've ever been in that spot? Like,
and they're 18,
in theory, they should get better, right? You
Yeah.
know, so that's part of why I thought Dylan would have a better year as a sophomore, and he did, because he had 13 games of experience to draw off of. Calandria will have like 33 games to draw off of. How many games has he played in his career?
I think that is the number. I'm pulling it up right now.
I don't have it exactly in my head, but I was trying to do the because it hasn't been a full season every year. I think there's a couple missed games in there. They didn't make bowl games at Virginia.
I mean, yeah, he threw 246 passes year 1, 320 year 2, 417 year 3. So I mean, that's a good sample size, right? In terms of just raw numbers.
Right.
983 passes in his career, 7,500 yards in his career, 49 to 29 touchdowns.
If Nebraska's leaning more heavy into the run, which seems like that could be where things are going. And
really? I haven't seen that with the running back room decision so far. Interesting.
Yeah, we'll see if there's some follow up there. But
yeah, let's hope so.
If that's something you're doing, then he's probably not going to throw 417 times like he did at Virginia. And you're also hoping that you're not playing in these games where you're having to chase double-digit scores and throwing because of that. And so I just hesitate because we want to apply like the stats are a 1-to-1 comparison with what he did at Virginia or what he did at UNLV. And this means he's going to be this, and that means that's also how you end up missing on some players who end up being really good, because the context of who they're playing for and the situations that they're put in are wildly different. And so what I like about it is it seemed like they identified as soon as they didn't have Kenny Minchie in the fold, it seems like this was their first choice out of that next group of guys, and they went and they got it done.
Yeah.
And they didn't take a lot of time, and they moved very quickly with it. One thing that I appreciated in 2024, prior to Dylan Raiola's commitment, is when they were going through their world tour of quarterbacks, they had like their list and they went through and it felt, they knew where their stopping point was. Like they weren't going to have to go below this. And that was Kyle McCord. They wanted Will Howard. They didn't get Will Howard. Everybody wanted Cam Ward. They didn't get Cam Ward.
That would have been cool.
They, in theory, would have had Kyle McCord.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So I do appreciate that there's like an urgency to it. It wasn't like
they turned around super fast.
Yeah,
it
wasn't like, okay, we're going to bring in now Bo Pribula and we're going to bring in DJ Lagway and we're going to bring in all these different people. It's no, this is a guy. He came in, he liked it, he signed up for it. We're moving on. Mm-hmm. I appreciate that.
Yeah, they turned it around super, super fast. And I heard yesterday, I got a text from somebody before I even left for the studio saying, hey, I'm pretty sure he's on campus. And then not that long after that, somebody said, yeah, I'm pretty sure he's the number one guy that Nebraska wants. And then sure enough, it's confirmed he is on campus. And I have to assume that he was the number one guy that they wanted after the Kenny Minchie stuff happened. And then they signed him.
And we can have a different conversation about whether we trust the evaluations that's happening.
It's a great question.
And that's an entirely different conversation. But ignoring that aspect of it, if you're going out and you're getting the next guy and you're not having to go further down the board, that at least makes me feel better. And he comes with experience. And it's a transitional quarterback because Trey Taylor is what you're hoping to get to in 2027.
Kyle emails in. Kyle, not a Nebraska fan, says the quarterback situation makes me really question what the plan is at Nebraska. Switching from bringing in a guy to battle to bringing in a guy who's basically promised the job says to me there is no plan here.
I don't believe that Minchie was in a more of a position to battle than Colandrea. I just don't. Like, it might be how it was publicly faced, or it might just be that because he didn't have production. Everything about Kenny Minchie told me Nebraska wanted him because they wanted him. Yeah. Not that they wanted him to come compete. They wanted him.
Yeah, I don't know why. Like, I think there are a lot of things to be critical of with Nebraska right now. I don't think that this quarterback recruitment or what was or wasn't promised says that they didn't have a plan.
Yeah.
The one guy said no eventually, and then they went for the other guy that they wanted. So
they didn't execute exactly how they wanted, but at least from a process standpoint, I like this a lot better than other things I've seen come out of that.
I mentioned Michael, some of the numbers that he sent over our way. This was last year for Colandrea versus the highest ranked defenses that he played. First game against Boise State, 18 of 30, 215 yards, 2 touchdowns, 1 pick, 3 sacks. That's the 51st overall defense. The next time he played him, even worse, 18 of 38, 225, 1 touchdown, 2 sacks. He did rush the ball for over 200 yards combined in those games. I mean, you got some pretty solid numbers. New Mexico, 59th defense, 36 of 46 for 382. But Wyoming, 11 of 20 for 102. Miami of Ohio, 29 for 43, 293. Ohio, 19 of 30, 184 yards, or interception and a couple
of sacks. He was better than Bryce Underwood against New Mexico.
Well, a lot of people were better than Bryce Underwood was against New Mexico. His numbers at Virginia, I mean, really not special. And I go to Michael's Twitter feed. He put all this stuff out earlier. If you want to do a deeper dive into it, not just have me read off numbers right now. But I mean, it's definitely an up and down type of guy. An up and down type of guy. Here's my question for you before we talk to BC: is this type of quarterback, and we could even lump Minchie in with this too? This was probably the best that Nebraska could have expected or hoped for, right? Where it's just like this guy who is certainly going to have some weaknesses that we either know about or we don't because they would have been unproven in the form of Minchie. Some things to like, but maybe you got to squint a little bit at times to find some of those things. Like, I wonder, like, this is I know you and I have disagreed on Childs. I didn't want them to get Childs. I certainly did not want them to get Lagway. I thought that would have been a disaster. I'm much more intrigued by this, certainly, than I would have been either of those two players.
I am totally fine with this. I would have been fine with Childs too. Like, I want to make sure there seems to be a misrepresentation, largely from Jack Mitchell, who's not advocating for Aiden Childs, who's pointing out that he's not this turnover machine that he's painted out to be, based on if you actually look at numbers, whatever.
Yeah.
So the thing with me is they weren't going to get Brendan Sorsby. It didn't seem like they had interest from Sam Levitt. So you already weren't playing for the 2 top-end quarterbacks.
Which I don't think I wanted them to pay that much money anyway.
You lost Dylan Raiola, and so he's probably right there at 3-4 in that spot too. I mean, I don't know what the rankings are that people have put out. So then this is kind of what you're talking about. And you have to decide what type of quarterback you want in here. Do you want years of eligibility? Do you want a 1-year transition? Do you want a veteran? Do you want a guy that was a former highly ranked player that needs a new change of scenery? That would be the DJ Lagway. I mean, they've done this, different iterations of it in the past. Calandria is sort of a unique one where he's now a 2-time transfer. He's played at the Power 4 level. He had more success at the Mountain West level. It would have been great had Calandria played San Diego State, because we could have had all the narratives come together about Nebraska's defense or future defense and their future quarterback.
It would have been awesome.
We didn't get that.
Yeah.
I'm totally okay with this. Like this makes sense. And if it keeps you viable for other things. Like if you do decide to go get a running back, and that, the Marty Brown thing is, I've had multiple people text me because we talked about it, earlier this morning on a different format, but that's like out there in the ether. So if that's a thing, okay, then, maybe you're saving money for that at running back. I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, the hard thing is you have to be able to execute immediately while also still having money left in reserve for when things happen.
For sure.
For instance, if the Washington quarterback just goes into the portal after signing.
Oh, interesting. I imagine we'll talk about that as the show unfolds. So that is the latest on Nebraska's quarterback situation. We can take some of your calls as we roll on. So, Jesse, if you want to stay on hold for a little bit, feel free to do so. But when we return, Brian Christopherson, Husker 24/7 Sports, is going to join us. We can talk about this move, Nebraska basketball, and their continued success. Indiana coming up on Saturday afternoon in Bloomington. And so much more when we return here on 1620 The Zone. But first, Josh Peterson for Underdog Fantasy. Football season is in full swing, and however you like to get in on the action, you can do it on Underdog right now in Nebraska. This season, you can make team picks and player picks. Just download the app, sign up, and you'll get $75 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. Using Underdog is easy. Just pick whether your favorite team will win or if your favorite players will go higher or lower on stats like touchdowns, receiving yards, interceptions, and more. Plus, with Underdog's ultra-fast payouts, you can get your profits in a snap. So download the app today. Use promo code 1620 The Zone to score $75 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. Player picks, team picks, all on Underdog. Crypto.com predictions powered by Underdog Predict. Trading derivatives involves risk and may not be appropriate for all. For more information, visit nadex.com/rules and underdogfantasy.com/rules. For Crypto.com predictions, the term pick refers to a product traded on CDNA. Must be 19 plus and present in Nebraska. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com for details. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org. Welcome back. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct here on 1620 The Zone, alongside Mike Schaefer, Nick Grimm, Josh Peterson. Let's go to the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline and welcome in someone that has had many a conversation over the years with Mike Schaefer. It is Brian Christopherson of Husker 24/7 Sports. BC, how are you? Good afternoon.
I'm doing well, as long as Schaefer doesn't quiz me on trying to name a random Husker basketball player from 2006, like we have often done on our podcast of old.
Oh,
I won't do that, and we don't have to talk about JJ McCarthy or the Vikings quarterback future or any of that as well. We can avoid those topics.
What about the AL Central? You want to talk about that?
I don't know, BC or I want to talk about that either.
No, yeah, Schaefer's right on that. That's not a stew I want to stir right now. I don't feel very good about baseball at all. So we can carry on with talking about new college football players that we know a minimal amount about, but are going to speak with some authority on.
Thank you, BC. That's a great way to start this conversation about Anthony Calandria, because I was going to ask you your top line reaction from the minutes and minutes of highlights that you have presumably watched of him over the last 24 hours. But in all seriousness, what does stand out to you about what he has to offer, as we're all looking at the same things right now, trying to learn more about the presumed starter for 2026?
He's entertaining. He really is. I did actually watch him play once or twice last season, not, of course, knowing what was going to happen. I saw the game he had against UCLA, where he played pretty well. And I think the thing you'd say about him is he's one of those runners where it looks like when he takes off, like a defender thinks he's only so fast, and then they realize, oh, he's a little faster than I thought. Like he's fast enough, sort of deal. He can scoot is probably the word. And I do like that he's kind of a freelancer on times. I don't want to make too much of that, but he does have some plays where you can tell a head ball coach would call him a ball player, like a guy who will hurdle a defender even as a quarterback. Like he has that on his highlights. And so I don't know. I enjoyed watching it, and I think Husker fans are kind of excited that there is something to watch. That was sort of the thing with Minchie, is there was no film out there on him, really, so you couldn't get into fun takes on this or that, or fire off something on X, like, did you see this play? So I think people probably in general thought, for what the situation was, that was about as intriguing of a get as you could hope for. And now we'll see. We'll kind of leave it there for now, and then try not to overbuild someone. But he definitely had a good season at UNLV, and you got to give him his props for that.
If we take the quarterback out of it, who's the next kind of most important get you think Nebraska's had so far through their first 7 days here or 6 days here in portal activity?
It's a good question. I think the McDougal one could be a big deal. That probably is not being talked about as much. I don't know if he actually signed yet or not, but he committed. Dwayne McDougal on the back end, because I thought, they need to get better at that safety spot. I think they need some experience. They've got a few young guys that you might like that are around the corner from something. But I like the fact that he's been around Rob Orich since he was at Idaho and knows everything that the DC's about. Had a really good 2025 for the Aztecs. I think he had 4 picks and he had a bunch of tackles, and again, a guy you're basing your thoughts off limited film on. But I tend to trust, when a coach who just came over from somewhere else has 2 or 3 players that they line up for visits, you're like, okay, those are the dogs. That he knows those are the guys from that room that he had that he's got to get over here. And they were, as you know, Shafe, a top 5, top 10 defense. And again, it's a different level, but that was a defense that a year before Orich was not good. And McDougal was a big part of helping change that. And then I think you would put Owen Chambliss right up there with him, just as a San Diego State guys that are going to know things. I think the linebacker additions as a whole were important. They get 3 of them, and they needed to really bulk up that position.
Brian Christopherson, Husker 24/7 Sports, joining us right now on Unsportsmanlike Conduct. BC, we've been wondering since Orich joined the fray, what could that look like? What would that look like bringing in some players from the Aztec defensive side of the ball? Like, how I guess have you been viewing that, given, of course, it is a different level of competition, but also that we have seen in recent years coaches make that jump, bring a lot of players, and that really have a nice positive impact on their first season at a new school?
Yeah, that's true. I mean, you're seeing that. I mean, we see it all the time now at the FCS level. It's good football. Like there's players like in that championship game the other night who you're like, okay, they're going to play in the league. Like they're legit dudes. And so obviously Signetti had made a lot of hay bringing in guys from a program that would be perceived as lesser than power conferences, and those guys fit in and played pretty well for him the first year at Indiana. That's a maybe extreme example, but there's plenty of others where I think if you pick and choose the right guys, you have to have hope that a coach sort of has that evaluation ability to see that what this guy does and his traits and skill set, it can translate anywhere. He just hasn't had maybe that opportunity at that level. And so, I kind of think the same thing when I look at like the O-line guys they brought in. They got their first two guys that were on weekend visits, and Brendan Black and Big Tree. I'll just call him Tree. Tree played for Lonnie Teasley, and Teasley saw him up close, and so you're kind of, as a Husker fan, hoping like, hey, they saw a lot of reps from that guy. They see what the potential is, and those guys are new here, and you got to give them their shot with an open mind that they can help this program. That's why they're brought in here to make decisions like that.
Brian, do you think Nebraska will be able to make a move for an edge rusher in this portal cycle? Because it feels like that's an area where everybody acknowledges things are a little bit deficient, and yet at the same time, the best teams in the country are reloading with the best edge rushers that are out there. And it feels like it's, Nebraska is probably hoping to get one of those San Diego State guys. It doesn't look like that's happening. And it's kind of a question of how or what can they sort of do to attack this pass rush issue that it feels like they face yet again as they go into 26.
Yep. That's my worry spot right now is still that D line. There's still holes, or I feel like they need a boost there that they haven't yet got from the portal. Obviously there's time, but some good guys are off the board. There's no doubt about it. And I kind of thought when this all started, if I'm honest, they might be able to pull one of those San Diego State guys in, and that looked like it would be a good situation if that happened. Doesn't look like it will. And so that's the spot we're going to all be watching the next 10 days. Like, can they get two or three guys who can help change the direction of that? I mean, I think they had 22 sacks this last year. I was just writing a story about it. And that ranked like 95th or something in the country. Like they just were not a chaos defense. And so you've got to find a few more of those guys. I think they might need another guy on the line still, even though I like the two additions so far on paper. So that's the big thing. I like, as much as we talked and people were all fired up for good reason about the quarterback situation Monday through Tuesday, I was like, you know what, they'll get a quarterback where you can talk yourself into them or not, but it'll be kind of that same conversation no matter who it is. But they're going to have to really fill in the blank spaces on the trenches for it to matter. And so that's where you're still kind of in that waiting game.
Brian Christopherson joining us. BC, let's talk some hoops. If you had a chance, you think, to talk to the coaches off the record, get some truth serum in them, what about this 15-0 start, besides the record, what do you think has been either a surprise or has just, I was going to say a pleasant surprise, but that's just using the word surprise again. Like what has surprised them at this point in time now, 2 months into the regular season, beyond, again, the undefeated record?
I wonder that's a great question, because I don't know exactly what they would say, because I think they saw the puzzle, obviously, better than a lot of us did. Mm-hmm. I'm not saying they thought they were going to be 15-0, but I do think Fred Hoiberg had a real confidence how it might come together. The spot, though, that really, I guess, surprises me, and maybe they would say this, is just how consistent they are on the defensive end of the floor. Because if you think about a couple months ago before the season starts, sort of the knock on this team, and people would still say it, is they're not as athletic as a lot of Big Ten teams they go up against.
Sure.
And you thought that might get exposed, I thought, on the defensive end of the floor at times. And the way they play just as 5-as-1 and how active they are consistently on that side of the floor. And Nate Lenzer is doing a great job with it too. Like he just holds them to, such a high standard, and it doesn't seem like that standard ever really drops much. That's the part that I didn't think would be as elite as it's been, or at the level it's been, at least. They'll have their moments where there's lapses, of course, like every team does, but they tend to really get it together on that end of the court. And then just like the mental makeup doesn't like shock me of this team, because they are such an old squad. But for those of us who watch Husker basketball back to like when it was on Raycom and like the big 12 game of the week with Doug Bell and Studio 66, there's still that part in you that's always like sort of expecting it to fall off a cliff at some point. And the game, Josh, where I was like, this feels different. It was honestly early. It was when they played K-State in that game in Kansas City. And K-State was knocking down shots, actually going against my point on the defensive end. They scored like 54 points in the second half. But Nebraska just would not let them go for more than like a 4 or 6-0 run. It never like ballooned into like that 15-2 type of run that has crushed Nebraska over the years. They're just so good at like stopping the bleeding, and however the game sort of redirects itself, they don't let it phase them, and they go with it. And they expect to win, and it kind of came out in that Kansas State game, and it's just carried forward. And the last thing I'd say is they talk in the post game about like, okay, next game, and that's sort of a cliche in a press conference setting, but their actions show that they really follow through with it well. Like they're not a team that has just like got stuck on like, oh, we just beat Wisconsin by 30. Like we can take off a day. They really have just consistently been on the pedal. So far, that's what's so impressive to me, is just like the mental toughness of this squad.
Brian, I think I'm as guilty as anyone about this, but do we undervalue, you mentioned him in there, and I was going to ask about him before you even said it, but do we undervalue just how important Nate Lenzer has been for this program? I mean, he's been here for this is his 5th season. Nebraska's kind of enjoyed the last 4 years of sort of a completely different basketball experience. So he was kind of here before it completely got going, but he's been here as Nebraska's had this success, and it feels like he's a hugely valuable piece of all of it. Do you think that maybe we kind of undervalue the touch that he's had on it when we talk about Fred moving on from Matt Abdelmassa and getting used to the conference and everything else? So much of it could just be having Nate Lenzer involved.
Yeah, hopefully we don't do that, because he could be a head coach, and you got to give all those coaches props, those assistants. I think Pat Monaghan's been a good addition. Ernie Ziegler's obviously been really important. But, when you watch Nate like on the bench during a game, like it's like he's on the floor with the guys, he's just so dialed in. And he did like one of the post-game interviews afterward, like on the radio. They'd won the game, and you can tell there's just always that push ahead to what's next, like not satisfied with the result. It can be better. And I think that feeds, through the team. And so, he's got a good staff. I mean, they really seem to work well together. Obviously, Fred is really good at drawing stuff up in certain moments that have worked really well. Like, you've seen some of the clips. You sent it to me, Schaefer. Like
the rink mass one.
that was all over the place. But just the variation there of the same play, but it's a wrinkle to it that a senior like Rink Mass can understand to the fullest degree, right? Like where he can execute that. Not everybody would do that. So he's got a really smart team. So that's helping Hoiberg with the offense, and Nate on that defensive end is I think they're just sharp guys, and everybody is probably maximizing. You'd almost say, like, you could go down the list. Like Jared Garcia, did you think like he'd give what he's given so far? I didn't. Like Frager is at a different level than I thought. Sam's at a different level than I thought. And we're really gushing, but they're 15-0, and that's why. It's like every guy on that roster, you go through it, it's like, man, that's probably one step up the ladder than I even thought it was going to be. In some cases, 2 or 3 maybe.
15-0, top 10 ranking, number 10, in fact, and they take on Indiana on Saturday in Bloomington. Brian Christopherson, Husker 24/7 Sports BC. Always appreciate the time. Great having you on the show again. Have a great rest of your week.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
Talk to you soon. That is Brian Christopherson, Husker 24/7 Sports. What do you think from this comment, Shafe, from John on the YouTube channel? Schaefer talking about basketball is like a fish walking on land. Are you like a fish walking on land with... You love talking about Nebraska.
Yeah, I don't.
We call you Mr. Basketball.
I don't think anyone calls me that.
They could, though. They could grow to.
I'm like somewhat confused as to where that comes from, but I don't know.
It's because of your raging love for basketball. You won't shut up about it.
Yeah, Schaefer likes talking hoops.
I mean, I spend a lot of time watching Nebraska basketball.
Yeah. Over the years, that's been a sad fact, but now it's turned into a bit more of a happy
It's a good
fact.
one this year.
Indeed, it is.
It's a good one this year. I also, I guess, was there something in the one question I asked about Nate Lenzer?
No, I don't know. I thought that was a good
that would've
question.
led that?
That was a good question. I don't know. Who knows what John's saying? You never know.
Well, yeah, no, I'm just curious where it comes from.
More compliments on your hat, Charles writes.
Yeah, the hat is definitely the MVP of today's appearance.
Yeah,
I've gotten
congratulations.
Texts, it's in
Show
my
sucks.
Twitter.
Show sucks, but the hat's good. Yeah.
Well, of course the show sucks. We're doing it.
Yeah. Well, so far, Nick, we're doing a
Dude,
good
lucky
job.
we haven't compared anybody to TV characters yet.
That's true. Nick didn't make the joke when we did the Grum down of how many topics will you get to. We're doing a good job so far.
Well,
Now,
most of the topics are things that would normally turn into tangent, so I'm not feeling very good about the under today.
all right. Well, we'll see what can happen. There are many more.
We haven't gotten into the NFL yet, Nick.
That's coming in 15 minutes when we go 14-1. Who will win the Super Bowl? By
You
the way,
probably do that exercise, huh?
what? It was difficult. It was very hard.
No, I mean, I should probably do that, right?
Oh, you haven't done it yet?
I have a mental version of it.
Oh my gosh, you and your mental
Write
list.
things down.
Yeah,
Just write it down.
you're not allowed.
We're
to
up here.
Yeah. Hey, check out my new column in my brain.
You can't just off the
Could
dome
you imagine
everything.
if I was just giving people trips into my brain to read the column?
Do you want
It'd be
that
like
to happen?
the Inside John Malkovich.
Do
or whatever.
you want to
Great
be
movie.
in Shape's brain?
I think it'd be
Nobody needs to be.
I think it'd be an interesting place to
It would
live.
be wild.
Canceled.
Ooh,
Mike
dumb
Schaefer's-
debates. Whose brain do you want to most see?
Wow, that's a great question. Wait, see or live inside
Like be
of?
inside of.
Okay.
Take a trip in.
All right. Well, those are great questions. It is another reminder that Dumb Debates is coming up in about an hour and a half. So get in your questions and we will answer them later on. We will talk about the NFL playoffs. When we return, we have a call on hold. I hope still. He's been there for a half hour and our phone system doesn't always tell us when somebody drops off. But the transfer portal triggering America.
Oh, no.
One day at a time. We'll see if Jesse would like to opine. We'll get to that when we return. We can also talk about the DeMond Williams situation, as it were, and so much more here on 1620 The Zone. Josh Peterson, Mike Schaefer with you on this Wednesday. A reminder, John Bishop pregame from Philadelphia, the on-campus arena tonight for Creighton and Villanova as the Jays look to rebound from their loss on Sunday. You can hear the pregame covers at 6, tip just after 6:30 right here on The Zone and 101.9 The Keg. John will be back on the show tomorrow. Will he be in studio, Nick?
No.
I agree.
No
Also, the
shot.
weather's supposed to be bad tomorrow after the show, and so he's going to want to stay home. I'm stunned, Shafe. You have filled in a handful of times in recent weeks. The weather has been excellent every time. Nothing to worry about. In fact, now it peaks with the best day of the year, the young year, of course. It's only the 7th of January.
Is it because I live here now?
That might be the case.
Because now when I go to Lincoln, like I went to the game for the Michigan State
I was
game.
wondering if you were even going to go to
I went for Black Friday, and the weather just stinks.
Terrible.
So
Absolutely
it's like,
terrible.
hey, you want to go watch a sporting event in the city that you used to live in? Too bad. Terrible.
Basically, whenever you have to get on the interstate, the world is going to be in a miserable place.
We ever talk about I filled in for Matt was gone. And so I had to drive from Lincoln for the morning show.
Gross.
With Gary.
What time did you leave?
And so I think I left at like, I don't know, 4:55 or something like that. It takes about 55 minutes to get from my previous house to the station.
Yeah.
At that time in the morning. I got hit by a freak out of nowhere storm right as I was on the bridge going over the river there. My car got turned like sideways. Like I can't see. It was the worst visibility I've ever been caught in, whether it's been blizzards, fogs, whatever. It is raining super, super hard. And all of a sudden I'm like, my car is hydroplaning and I am like turning on the interstate. I can't see lights, can't see anything. I was like, I am going to die attempting to go fill in to do radio for a, whatever on a July morning, just trying to help out my friend. This is how I'm going to die. This seems unfair.
He died doing what he does, helped out his friend.
Figured it all out, got my car. It was insane. I have the only time I've ever thought I was going to die driving was coming over to do a fill-in show.
The one time, or the most memorable you filling in bad weather one that I can recall was you did the show, but you left at like 4:45. And I talked to you, I think you texted me or you called me when the show was off the air and you were like still in Omaha. You'd like not even gotten out of the interstate. I hadn't even gotten out of Omaha yet. Yeah, because it was that bad. There was an insane streak where it was like, sorry, man, the weather's bad. I just can't do it.
A couple years ago, or maybe it was December of 24, because I was staying at my in-laws because it was going to be so bad.
Mm-hmm.
And I had taken my son there, so he was staying over the night too. And Nebraska played Indiana and Lincoln that night.
Okay.
And it was super, super wet and slick and icy here in Omaha. And I couldn't even get up the street to where my in-laws were living.
Yeah, you got to go up over there. Yeah.
It was horrible.
Sicilian writes, didn't Schaefer's grill blow over when he was on recently?
That almost happened.
That did almost happen.
You almost lost a grill.
Nice memory.
It was portrayed in such a way that it was much worse than it actually was in reality. But there was little I could do about it as I was sitting here on the show.
Today is a day, Shafe, where you go home and the sun might be down, but it might be a griddle night. It's a very glorious day here.
We were going to last night, and I had set the hamburger out for 24 hours. It still hadn't thawed yet.
Oh.
So then we had to scuttle everything.
Oh,
it was
God,
very
I hate when that happens. Well, tonight maybe.
I went and got new propane, put oil down on the Blackstone, was getting the smoke off of it. It was looking really sharp. I was all excited.
That's
and then
terrible.
I had failed to check to make sure to see if everything had been
You always got to check your meat.
Always got to check your meat. Reminder to go to the doctor as well. All right, let's talk a little portal. We're going to dive into our NFL Super Bowl rankings in our next segment. DeMond Williams, Shafe, has been quite the story over the last, not even 24 hours. Apparently, he signed a new contract with Washington on Friday. And last night, reports come out that he is trying to leave. He puts out a statement saying, I'm leaving. See you later. All the early scuttlebutt is that LSU is the team to look out for, which is funny because they also had a visit from Sam Levitt yesterday at the basketball game with Lane Kiffin.
Who would you rather have?
Ooh, good question. I think DeMond Williams. And it's not just because he has more eligibility, because I will say this. I don't care about how many years players have left. I'm viewing everybody on a one-year contract. I like his upside more. I think Sam Levitt is fine. You know, I'm kind of happy that Nebraska never got in on the Sam Levitt experience.
Wow.
I always watch him, and maybe I'm holding too much onto the Michigan State 2023 season with him, but I just never, I don't know. Plus, like, the rumors of how he got hurt are pretty weird if those are true, like playing basketball or something like that. Anyway, I'd rather have Damon Williams. And so apparently Washington's going to really fight this, which there's a part of me that wants them to win just to see what it would mean, because like a guy doesn't want to be there anymore.
Precedent.
And yeah,
Set the
it really would be wild. It's almost like a franchise tag, but like on a whole other level in the college game, where like, I don't want a franchise tag, but at least you're getting paid when you're on the franchise tag.
Isn't this like the people that want the buyout clause or something in these, where it's like the other program that gets the player then has to pay back where he was at?
Yeah,
before?
for sure. And so this is of all of these situations so far, certainly the one that I think is going to be the loudest and maybe have the biggest reverberations. But it's coming on the heels of what has been very busy. We had Max Olson on of ESPN.com. Go watch his interview on our YouTube page. Just look for a thumbnail and a title that will probably piss you off from Nick. I think the number that he gave us yesterday is like 5,000 players in the portal this year, which is every year it's a brand new record.
Poor Max.
I don't know how he does it.
Yeah.
He's like, hey, this guy's in the portal. I'm like, I've never heard of that guy. And how many of these names does he have to know? How many names do you think Max knows of the 1,000?
When do you think he knew Chambliss's name?
Great question. I don't know.
Yeah.
Thursday? Like, it's wild to me.
Not Owen Chang, like the quarterback for
Oh, you're talking about for Ole Miss. Oh, my bad. That's what I thought you were talking about. Good question. I don't know. September. I mean, did we really know about him?
I didn't know about him.
You know, yeah, he came out of nowhere for so many of us.
Real quickly, this dovetails into the Damon Williams thing. All of this kind of is happening because LSU very much wants Chambliss as soon as, his Ole Miss career potentially ends.
Yep.
And he would have to get a waiver from the NCAA because he's used up all of his eligibility. And they're trying to claim that he had a medical hardship one of the years in which he just didn't play.
He didn't play. And then there was something at the end, like where he was sick, like there was something that was wrong with him medically, right?
It's stretching the definition of these things
for sure
to the best that they can.
And he's apparently signed with Ole Miss. So he's locked if they get him.
And so I think initially the plan was, should they lose early enough, he's going to LSU with Lane Kiffin.
And
that didn't happen. He had that monster game.
Yep.
LSU needs to go find a quarterback. They don't get Sorsby. They don't, in the meantime, Chambliss hasn't signed with Ole Miss. So all of this is going on. And so on one hand, the stage had been set for this massive fight between LSU, Chambliss, and the NCAA. And now
it's Ole Miss.
It's going to end up being, well, that's going to be a thing. But it's also going to end up being LSU, Washington, Damon Williams, the NCAA, the court system. This one is going to be an all-time.
Yeah. What if you had to bet on what happens? And I'm not asking for him.
I think they're going to let Damon Williams go to LSU.
That's my guess too.
And we don't know that it's LSU, so we should at least put that out there.
Yes,
that all the intimations are that it's LSU, and maybe they're just like, well, you just can't go there. Yeah. And all sides are like, okay, fine, he can't go there, and then who knows where he ends up at that point in time. But I don't see the court system restricting player movement in this current environment.
I don't either.
And I think what this could do is accelerate to a time of which you figure out how you can operate. I know a lot of people want to blame the NCAA for stuff. They can't have guidelines because everything's getting challenged in courts and judges are basically just throwing it all open.
Yeah, and so that's why I laughed a little bit. I saw a tweet from Ross Dellinger of Yahoo Sports earlier. I haven't had a chance to read the story, but he said these multi-million-dollar NIL guarantees to players are expected to result in an influx of submissions to the NIL Go clearinghouse. If deals are denied, athletes are deemed ineligible. Says one college official, there's going to be some rude awakening, to which I say, I'll believe it when I see it, because it reminded me, do you remember this story, Shay, from last summer around the time of the College World Series from Seth Davis, titled, Ready or Not, College Athlete Salaries Are About to Plummet? There was a whole article that he wrote with people in there on and off the record saying, these players, they're not going to get what they think they're going to get anymore. Things are about to change. And I just can't help but giggle at all of these ideas.
Well, the thing is, we don't know for sure. Like, you hear these things, but we have no idea if they're getting the amounts that are being told that they're getting.
Sure.
And I know unassailably that there have been players that have come through Nebraska that didn't get and have been upset about not getting what they were told they were going to get from the collective at that point in time.
Mm-hmm.
And so I don't know how it changes with it being more in-house now.
Yeah, with 1890 being
and
away.
So like maybe there's less of that, but there's so much of this, and it's the conversation about, who's lying between Kentucky's says this or Minchie's camp says this, and Nebraska officials intimate this and whatever else. I mean, you really just can't trust what anyone is saying at any point.
Except for you and me. Travis writes, Seth Davis, the same nut job who's been honking for expanding the NCAA tourney. What an idiot. That is the very same Seth Davis.
I love the word honk.
It's a fun word.
Yeah.
It's a great word.
SEC honks are so sad now.
Mike writes, yeah, Seth is a D-bag. I didn't realize how many people hated Seth Davis. I just thought he had some bad takes from time to time.
It'd be tough to get him on your show now.
Well, I don't want to talk to him. I don't hang out in college basketball land, though. I don't know about the college basketball takes. Everybody loves Rothstein. I mute the guy. I don't want to see his stuff.
I thought people didn't like Rothstein.
I think
they like him now.
It's become a horseshoe. They suddenly like him now. Yeah, I think they're on the same side.
Well, I mean, he's offering to come to Lincoln and buy everybody beers.
I mean, you know what? You're a great guy, bro. I'd love to hang out with you. Who doesn't love free beer? I love free beer. Hey, it's a reminder, One Beer Friday is 2 days away.
Hell yeah,
Let us know what you're drinking on Friday with the hashtag One Beer Friday, and you could win a gift card.
What if they let you know early?
Cross-train. I love it when people send One Beer Friday picks on Tuesdays. It's fun. It's great.
Like, this is my Friday, Josh.
Yeah, exactly. It's like doctors, how they get off at 6
the Friday
a.m.
feeling?
Yeah.
It's
what?
inside me.
Wow, put that on a T-shirt.
Friday is whatever. You don't own the Friday feeling?
Friday is whatever day you want to make it. Yeah. I like that idea.
That sounds like Margaritaville merch.
Does it?
Yeah.
Interesting. Speaking of things and giveaways, Nick.
Good transition.
Omaha Supernovas open the season at home to take on the San Diego Mojo. That's coming up tomorrow at 7 at CHI. You can listen to the Grum this week for your chance to win your way to the game. We'll keep giving away tickets to that. All right, when we return, the folks have been begging for it. They say, please, Josh and Mike, please talk about the National Football League. They say, what are you doing this time? Comparing Pitt characters to NFL teams? We should have done that. That would have been awesome because I'm rewatching, so I'm up on my characters. Dude, the doctor who is the night shift who comes back and helps out at the end of the season. Wow. Nick, have you watched The Pitt yet?
Not yet.
God.
Yeah.
He finished Mad Men, though, Schaefer.
Yeah. Then the big reveal with that guy later, too.
Yes. Nick.
You finished Mad Men?
Yeah.
Dude,
congratulations.
They did an old school binge.
Look at that.
My God.
Honestly, I'm like,
it's definitely in my Mount Rushmore.
Paige and I went through it so quick.
Yeah, that's what she said. I think our next show, is going to be Industry because we've never watched it, and it seems like a show that we would like. It's on HBO.
I like the show.
Probably drugs and sex and curse words, the things that we enjoy on.
I learned a lot about ketamine.
Oh, you've watched it, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. You think I'd like it?
Ketamine?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Sweet. We're going to enjoy that show. Yeah, The Pit, though, Nick. That's got to be your next show.
You know, we both kind of want to watch it, but she doesn't want to invest in another medical drama show because she's watched a lot of those.
This is not slop, though. This isn't, will they kiss? It's not that type of medical show. It's how will they bend that woman's foot so it fits on her leg again?
Good.
It's gnarly.
This show's
man.
heavy.
Yeah.
Very, very heavy.
Oh, flashbacks to COVID and stuff. It's good.
Oh, remember
Yeah.
COVID?
Some people call the show woke, Nick. I think you would very much enjoy this show. Yeah. Woke.
I like woke.
I think, Nick, this is a show for you. And there's 15 episodes to get caught up on. Knowing how fast you guys banged out Mad Men, you and I could be talking about The Pit on the radio in 2 weeks.
Well, I mean, we've already started our next show.
What's
that's
that?
Going to take a minute.
Oh, no.
Doctor Who.
Oh, my gosh. That's like 1,000 seasons.
We started with the 2005 version because that was kind
That's
of a
still
soft
20
reboot.
seasons.
It's not that bad.
God. He could watch The Pit and instead he's watching Doctor Who.
Doctor
That's
Who's-
the wrong doctor.
It's been great.
He's watching a show with Dr. Robbie. Dr. Rabinovich.
Everybody should watch
I've
Doctor
never
Who.
watched
It's
a
incredible.
single second of Doctor Who.
It's pretty incredible.
And you know what we won't be doing? Watching a single second of Doctor
Okay,
Who.
well, you like Black Mirror, right?
Of course.
There's a lot of episodes in Doctor Who that are very Black Mirror-esque.
I never got around to finishing the most recent season of Black Mirror. All right, when we return, we are not comparing Pitt characters to the NFL. Instead, we're going to go 14-1. Who do we believe is going to win the Super Bowl? The answer, nobody, actually. I don't believe in any team to win the Super Bowl.
Nobody will win the
But
Super Bowl.
someone has to. We'll tell you who that is going to be probably next on 1620 The Zone. Whoa, new bump.
I told you I'm sprinkling them in.
Josh Peterson, Mike Schaefer, Nick Grimm hanging out.
Hi.
Sprinkle.
Appreciate everybody joining us. John will be back tomorrow.
Do you like my graphic, by the way?
The fish
Yeah.
with the yes, I retweeted it. It made me laugh. The fish, Mike Schaefer on 1620 The Zone.
If I ever get back to just doing the weekly spots, you can just replace my photo instead of if I call in.
You
now
want
I
it
can
to
just
be a
the
fish?
Yeah.
All right, perfect. We'll see if we can make
Noted.
that happen. Yeah, usually Mike Schaefer in the old days was a Wednesday guest, and now he's here for 4 hours. Even better, we get 4
Never
hours.
allowed
it
to
takes.
leave.
That's true. We'd lock you in the studio. All right, let's get to it. The Stibbs writes, oh man, I'd love to hear bump music. See, Stibbs, one of the shows on this station is trying to make sure that the YouTube monetization stuff works. Good job by Nick Grimm making that happen.
Listen on the radio if you want to hear the bump.
Listen on the radio. Maybe you listen on the radio while streaming us on zonetv.live.
Yeah, or listen to the stream. I think the music shows up in the stream.
All right, perfect. All right, so the NFL playoffs are here. We've been talking about it for months. This has been a wonky season, which is why I thought that this would be a fun exercise. You know, like it's honestly, it's kind of like two sides of the same coin right now with the college football playoff and now this. Now, I think Indiana is definitely the best team in college football, and I think that they're going to win the national championship. That said, I would not be surprised if any of the four won. I think all four can win. I don't think I've ever said that in a 4-team playoff, or certainly last year in the Final Four. Don't think that I said that. And I feel right now, I don't know. This will be fun. Maybe we try to figure out what the line is of teams that totally wouldn't shock you.
I was just thinking in my head, where am I putting that? And I think
I know where the
have
line
it.
is, and it's going to be a lot of teams. It is a lot of teams. So what we're going to do is we're going to go 14 to 1.
I
All right,
got
perfect.
where my line
All right,
probably is.
perfect. So we will discuss that, and we're going to go 14 to 1. 14 was the easiest. I think. Panthers. It is the Carolina Panthers. And as this list you'll see, it's not just how good the team is, but it is the path. That said, the Panthers being 14 is because of the team. They are
Bucks had beaten the Panthers. Would they also have, or not? If the Bucks had been the
They
team,
would not have been
would
14 for me.
They wouldn't have been 14.
I
for
would
you.
have put one team below them.
Okay,
Just
same.
one. Just one. They would have been 13.
I might have been 2.
Yeah.
I might have been 2.
Yeah, you know what? I might have been as well. I might have had them at 12. But there's no argument to be made that the Panthers can win because they never won back-to-back games this year, right? Or they had that stretch where it was win-loss for 10 or 11 weeks. Like, come on, they can't do it. They're not good enough.
I mean, they had the chance to clinch this division way earlier and they never did it by a win.
No.
So they didn't beat the Saints. They didn't beat. They lost the last 3 games of their season.
Last 2 games. They beat because they beat the Bucks and then they lost one and then they lost
that's right.
one.
So they lost to the Saints, then beat the Bucks, then lost to the Seahawks, then lost to
the Bucks again.
Yes.
Or the Bucks for the first time, but
Yep.
the Falcons, of course, took care of business. And that all started because they won that Monday night game against the Rams. So we agree on 14. You said during the break, you don't think we will agree on team number 13. And is that because I have the Pittsburgh Steelers and you have somebody else?
I do have somebody else.
You have the Packers.
No.
Oh, who do you have?
I have the Chargers.
Wow. Okay. Explain yourself.
One, I don't think they're going to win in the first round. If they win in the second round, they're certainly or not. If they get to the second round, they are not beating anybody else.
Yeah.
Like they're too banged up. They have no tackles, literally no tackles.
A problem
on their offensive line. And like the best teams have good defenses, have the ability to rush the passer. Like the Rams can do it. The Seahawks can do it. The Texans can do it. The Jaguars can do it. The Bills can do it. They all like, so anyone that you're playing has the ability to get after your quarterback. I can't see a path as to how they can win 4 games.
It's very hard. Do you want me to tell you where I have the Chargers or should we leave that up?
Just leave it.
Okay, perfect.
You have the Steelers.
So I have the Steelers and I could see them winning on Monday night. They will not win any other game after.
Yeah, and I agree with that, but I also have a easier time seeing them win their first round game than I do the Chargers.
That's fair. That said, like, there's just a part of me that wonders if things could get squirrely. First playoff game for Drake May. Harbaugh's obviously a great coach, and they could just muck it up enough.
And I asked you the other day, and this would sort of go opposite of it, but it was like if one conference was going to have their 5, 6, and 7 win, which would it be between the AFC and the NFC?
Yeah, and it's a really tough question. I don't remember where I ultimately sided on that one.
Well, because I think it really comes down to the Chargers, Packers. Which one do you feel better about? Because the other teams, like, I think we can easily see the 49ers, the Rams, the
on the AFC side,
Bills and then the Texans.
for sure. And so then it does come down
So
to
it's like, do you feel better about the Chargers or the Packers?
and oddly the answer might be the Packers. Who is
I
my
do, and I ranked it that way.
All right, so my number 12 is actually Green Bay. And so part of it, like, I can see them winning. And so this is where I'm going to get a little galaxy brain. I could definitely see them winning this round for sure. There is no way in hell that they would then beat Seattle. Absolutely none. And they are certainly not going to beat Seattle and then another team and then win the Super Bowl.
Since there's no way, I've checked. I looked as much as I possibly could. I asked ChatGPT. I checked the bylaws of the NFL. There is no way both teams can lose.
There is
on Saturday. So someone has to win.
Yep.
I hope it's a 14 overtime game. I hope it's the most disgusting, horrible
14 overtimes would be sweet.
Yeah, except they're not scoring. They're just doing dumb things the entire time.
But it'd be cool to watch history.
It's the most missed field goals that's ever happened in football.
Yeah.
Because it's played at Soldier Field, the worst stadium, the worst field, the worst surface that's ever had football.
Yeah.
So someone has to win.
Yeah.
So my preferred scenario
who are you
here,
rooting for?
I can't root for the Packers.
But you're rooting for the Bears to lose?
If the Packers win, I appreciate
victory lap Schaefer
is that they would get demolished by that Seahawks defense.
It'd be pretty fun. Yeah.
And so that is what I would hang my hat on if the Packers won. I cannot root for them. I will not root for either of these teams.
That's wild.
So because of that.
Yeah.
If they won, the solace
okay
that I would take is that they would go to Seattle and get absolutely truck sticked by that defense.
And the other part is then you could be like, told you about the Bears, victory lap Mike Schaefer.
Yeah.
It's a win-win for you.
And then Sam Darnold's in the NFC Championship game.
Yeah. See, just constant victory laps. By the way, if the Packers win, I say we make a promise to each other that we are watching that divisional game together just so we can laugh. Like we could cheer, we could put videos on the internet. Stibbs wrote, but I thought the Seahawks were absolute trash, Josh. Look, Stibbs, when I talk about the Seahawks, I'm comparing them to the Almighty. I'm not comparing them to Green Bay Packers. They would absolutely truck stop. Truck stop, is that a word? The Green Bay Packers. All right, so I have Panthers 14, Steelers 13, Packers 12. Who do you have at number 12?
Number 12, I have the Steelers.
Okay,
so we're one spot ahead of you.
Okay.
You still haven't gotten to your Chargers yet, which I assume is at
number 11.
There we go.
Yep, exactly. So far we have, well, you haven't given your number 11. Is it the other team that we are missing in this?
It's the Chicago Bears.
Wow. Unreal.
At number 11.
Unreal.
You will have to beat teams that are good to win the Super Bowl.
Well, they have to play the Packers first. So that is not a good team.
I mean, they're above 500, which the Bears don't have a ton of wins in that scenario.
If Mike Schaefer chalk plays out, well, first of all, you think the Packers are winning, right? So you're not even expecting.
I think the Packers will win.
If the Bears pull off an upset, what is the rest of chalk Schaefer for the Schaefer chalk for round one? What does it look like in the NFC? I'm just trying to figure out who they play. Do you have Eagles or 49ers?
I think that the Bears will then play the Rams in round two.
And so you would definitely pick
the
Rams.
49ers, the Rams, and then I have that 5, 6, 7.
Yep. Okay, you do.
But if the Bears win, then they would obviously get the Rams, which I
You would pick the
don't
Rams.
lose in that regard either because they're not beating the Rams.
So you have the Bears at number 11. That is actually who I have at number 10. So we're in the same boat. There's only one team that who are you missing right now out of this the first five? Is it the Packers? Is that
What do
you
mean?
have at number?
Yeah, I have the Packers at 10.
Okay, so we have the same teams in our bottom five. So and I mean slight differences. We're not talking about a whole lot of craziness here. Yeah, I mean again for the Bears, it does come down to path. That said, we have reached my line. Those are the teams that I think can actually do it. Congrats, Bears. I think you can win the Super Bowl because it's a weird football season.
Wow.
Now they would have to do it, and that would be very difficult. But look, if they win one game, they get another home game. And I think the Rams are a way better team, as you will see over the course of this list. That said, dome team going on the road, Chicago, it's tough. Weird stuff happens. It's the NFL playoffs. People forget the Cowboys were way better than the Packers, and they lost by 100 to them that one time. Remember that game?
I do remember.
That was a terrible
Not a great time.
All right, so we have the same teams in our bottom five. We have reached the top 9. Will our list continue, or will we diverge at some point? Who do you have at number 9?
I have the San Francisco 49ers at number 9.
I have them a little bit higher. I have our Buffalo Bills at number 9. This is pure path because I don't know if they're going to win this week.
Yeah, I have them slightly higher, but it's same thing.
I think that they might lose to the Jaguars, and if they lose in round 1, famously, you cannot win the Super Bowl.
Also checked.
Not a best of 7
having
series.
watched my team go out in round 1 more often than I care to admit.
It's depressing.
They
when
do
it
not let them
happens.
back in.
If they win in
Very
round
nice.
1, I will be all aboard the Bills bandwagon.
Yep.
I am very much hoping my version of chalk, or what I'm rooting for, I so badly want Bills at Broncos because I think that would be an exquisite football matchup. Uniforms, as long as the Broncos wear the good ones, which they
A little
would.
bit of snow in there.
All the Broncos fans think I hate their team. I don't. I just think Bo Nix sucks. I love watching home Broncos games. I love their atmosphere. I love the orange. I love that they wave towels. I love that they're an hour behind, so it's usually sunny at the start of a game.
If
I
we
like
were
it.
ranking quarterbacks, you'd have to have Bo Nix above several of these.
We should do that another time
Yeah,
together.
we can look into that.
All right. Well, we're running out of segments on today's show. All right. So I have the Bills number 9. Who do you have at number 8?
Number 8, I am going with, and this is where this is the last team I think has a legitimate chance of winning a Super Bowl.
Okay.
This is the Houston Texans at number 8.
Whoa, we are way diverging then because I have them quite higher than you do.
Okay.
What is the reason that you have them so low? I'm very surprised because they've become like a darling for a lot of folks.
Yeah, they have a great defense. The reason I have them a little bit lower is that CJ Stroud is very, very trick or treat. You don't know what you're getting there. I think their offense is a little bit questionable, as to how many points they can actually put up.
Yeah.
And you get a game against the Broncos or the Jags or even the Patriots, you're going to have to score points.
Sure.
And I don't know that the Texans, they're good at keeping points down, but then you also have to go score them yourself. Here's the other thing.
Yeah.
D'Amico Ryans, I think, is good at a lot of things. He's a bad in-game coach. We see a lot of examples every time the Texans play. They do dumb stuff. He doesn't have his kicker kick it through the end zone so he can save like the 2-minute warning. He punts in weird times. He's aggressive in weird times. I don't love him from a game managing aspect. So I think they get a little bit of a knock there. The entire bet on the Texans and why I still think they can win the Super Bowl, that defense is legitimately good. I just think it has to pick up so much else.
It's so interesting because you could put them in the same boat as the Broncos, as the Eagles. I think as those are like the 3 teams for sure where it's like if they're going to win a Super Bowl, their defense is going to have to be insane.
And I like those teams more for different reasons.
Okay.
Their offenses are just better statistically, too.
So that's your team number 8?
That's my team number 8.
My team number 8 is the Denver Broncos.
Hey, wow.
Yeah.
I don't hate the Broncos. I'm just ranking you 8th.
Well, I'm sorry.
You finished first in the AFC, the superior of the 2 conferences.
NFC's better. NFC has the teams that...
The NFC's better, but I hate their number 1 team, too.
Well,
my name's Josh Peterson. If you win games, you're not good.
Well, let's stay tuned for where I have the Seahawks ranked.
Probably 7th.
Come on. I don't think the Broncos aren't going to win the Super Bowl. What are we doing here? They can't win the Super Bowl. Bo Nix, that guy. Bo Nix. We had the game against the Jaguars on earlier when they smoked them a couple weeks ago.
Yeah,
no way in hell.
That was a wow.
Yeah,
game
and that's why the Jaguars will be in my top 7 list of teams. Yeah, I don't see the Broncos being able to do it. I apologize to all of our Denver fans. If Stibbs writes, unbelievable. Travis just says Broncos. I'm sorry. What do you want from me? If this was the Chiefs and this exact team was the Chiefs, you think Stibbs would be like, yeah, I think this team is awesome. Of course not. Unbiased observer. I'm sorry that I am the only one that comes with truth to the radio station. Truth.
Unbiased observer. I am just holding on to all of my preconceived notions that I held all season.
That's not
even
true.
though that it's gone against everything that I've said.
That is such BS.
Even when my good friend Mike Schaefer told me weeks ago that the Broncos were one of the best teams in the NFL, and I said no.
That's such BS.
Well, I did actually say that.
That
you
part,
did say no.
I've been buying into their defense. I just do not think that quarterback can win multiple games. He'd have to win 3. That's too many games for
number 7.
The San Francisco 49ers. Now,
why are you so high on this?
Because did you know that when they make the playoffs, they always make it to the NFC Championship game under Kyle Shanahan?
I did not know that.
I have watched worse versions of this 49ers team make it to at least that have made it to the NFC Championship under Shanahan. I don't think that this is the worst team as they enter the playoffs.
Defense.
I think the worst 49er team of the Shanahan era, again, that had to make it to the playoffs, not that missed it, was the one that went to Green Bay in the snow and won and went to the NFC title game. The Jimmy Garoppolo hanging on by a thread.
Well, that's fair. That's a D'Amico Ryans as a defensive coordinator.
And they got Saleh.
And that defense was legit.
And this one is not because everybody is injured. And I know what they did on Saturday night. I watched
against the Seahawks.
Well, have I said the Seahawks yet? No, Shafe. I have not said the Seahawks yet.
Gearing up to rank them 6.
Maybe I am. But I'm just going to give them credit because I like their quarterback and I like their head coach. But you will notice I've not said the Eagles yet because I don't think they're going to win this weekend. I think the Philadelphia Eagles are going to beat them. I was rooting so hard for the Bears to not fall from the 2 seed, thus giving the Eagles a pass into round 2 that it's not going to matter anyway, and they're going to get one. That's why I don't want to watch the game at home on Sunday. She's going to be such in a great mood, and I'm going to be miserable.
Come over and watch the game at mine.
I'd have to do that. Who do you have at number 7?
I have the Buffalo Bills at number 7. Josh Allen. I felt like this is a perfect spot for him, right in the middle of the list. I believe that they have the ability to win the Super Bowl. I do not believe they will win in week 1 or round 1, whatever we're calling it.
Yeah, that's where you and I are both at right now. Sad. Yeah. God, we're going to pick the Jaguars.
And then we're going to have to listen to all of the people that tell you that Josh Allen's a failure because he didn't carry this team to the Super Bowl in a year in which the quarterbacks that didn't make the playoffs won't be regarded as much as a failure as a guy who did and then didn't win the Super Bowl.
It's a bummer. I work with somebody who's like that. I don't think John, for whatever reason, he does not like Josh Allen. Maybe it's because Allen is coming
for all those picks against Nebraska.
Maybe it's because he's come from Matt Stafford's corner and, we like the Bills. I don't know. He loves it when they lose. He loved it when the Ravens lost to the Steelers on Sunday. It made me very sad.
It's weird.
Come on, John. You're probably listening right now, connected from the arena. What's going on, John? What did the Bills do to hurt you?
He's wondering when we're going to start saying the Rams. He doesn't believe they're going to win the Super Bowl.
So he is less bullish, but if they go on a run, he's going to be like, I told you so. Because like a month ago, he was like, of course, they're the best team in the NFL. A little shine off the Rams. All right, your team number 6.
My team number 6?
Yeah.
I have the New England Patriots.
Ooh, guess what, Shafe? I also have the New England Patriots at number 6. Tell me why.
I think that they are good. I don't think that they are ready to win the Super Bowl. I think they have enough holes on their team. And we don't know what Drake May is against a really good team. And they would win 3 games of which they haven't had to play all season.
Team's better than the Bills because the Bills are the best win.
To the Super Bowl.
They'd have to win 3 of those.
Yeah.
I guess Chargers are worse than the Bills, as we both agreed. But then
what
they
I
would
mean
have
is-
to, yes, I know what you mean. Equivalent. Boom. And you have to do it. Boom, boom, boom.
Mhm.
Now, the best part for them is they win in round 1, they get another home game.
Yep.
And who knows what happens because they could get a 3rd home game like the Eagles did last year. That's what happens with the expanded playoff. But I agree with you. For those reasons, like, I think they're good. Because I have come around on them lately. The thing to like about the Patriots, if you want to talk yourself into it, because their schedule is trash, they win by a lot. They're kind of like Indiana in that regard. They don't play around. And I come away impressed by that, especially in the NFL. Like, look at a lot of their scores. It's dominating wins. They have some play. I mean, they blew the 21-0 lead against the Bills. That play with your food win over the Falcons certainly is like a weird one. But for the most part, they kind of dominate. And I like that about them. And I certainly like them in round 1.
We don't have time for this discussion, but the Falcons probably have the single weirdest year in the NFL.
They were my pick to win the NFC South. And
The single weirdest year. Nobody played them particularly well outside of the Panthers team that nobody thinks is good. And then they have just bizarre losses like to the Jets. Anyways, Patriots, I just don't see them winning enough games against these other comparably good teams because here's the other thing. You get by the Chargers, and I think they will. You're either getting the Texans or you're getting the Jaguars.
Yep. Tough.
Like you can't get the Bills. There's no way that they could play the Bills.
No, there is because they're the 2. They could play the Bills if the Bills win the 5, and then if a 6 over a a 6, yeah.
Yeah, the Bills are 6, right?
Oh, the Bills are 6. God,
yeah,
you're
there's
right.
no way they can play them.
Yeah.
So they would play them in
they
the
can't
AFC
lose to the
Championship.
7, and the 7 plays the
So,
1. Yeah.
like they're either getting the Texans or the Jags, and I don't think they're winning that game.
Yeah. Real quick, Mike says, I don't know how you guys think Bo Nix is bad, but Drake May is good. Because I got to say uncle on this one. I was wrong about Drake May. He's been awesome this year.
Drake May has been very good.
Yeah.
I don't think Bo Nix is. I don't feel about Bo Nix how you do.
I think he sucks.
But I think I'm just more sympathetic to mediocre quarterbacks than other people.
You really are. You're like, I miss Kirk Cousins. Like that's
I do.
Weird. That's a weird take.
Did you see what I watched?
Yeah. I mean, look, again, don't
Kirk Cousins would have put that. They would have won the NFC North with Kirk Cousins.
Yeah, congratulations.
Then they would be 12th on this list.
I've done some moving and shaking since we started this list. So I now have as my team number 5, the Houston Texans.
Wow.
Who you had where? How far down did you
I had
have
them at 8. Not that
okay.
far.
You had them at number 8. I have them at number 5. This is a defense play for sure. And look, all the critiques that I've given to the Broncos, people could probably say, well, why the hell do you have the Texans up there? I don't know. I just like their defense a little bit more.
Because
I come
they're
away
not the
very
Broncos.
impressed. Because they're not the Broncos. Yeah, for sure.
I have the Eagles at 5. Eagles at 5, but I do like the 49ers to pull off that win because I just don't know what to do with this Eagles team.
Yeah.
I didn't like how they played on week 18. I can't get out the fact that they just no-showed for an entire half against Buffalo offensively.
Yeah.
And it's not like that's a great Buffalo defense. I don't know what to do with them. They have so much talent. Their defense is legit. Someone will car crash that team, and it could happen in round 1.
All right, we'll get to our top 4 in a little bit, but when we return, we'll put a bow on the Kansas City Chiefs season with Mitch Holthus. I wonder, he's been in the green room for some of this. I wonder what he thinks of some of our takes. Maybe he probably likes the Bo Nix sucks take from me. So we can handshake meme on that. Mitch joins us to talk about the end of the Chiefs here and their offseason next on 1620 The Zone.
You ready?
The most exciting announcer in professional football.
Picked off at the goal line. 20, 15, 10, 5. Jalen Watson. Welcome to the
Nobody can paint a picture with words quite like he can.
They might just be gargling in the nectar by that game. I think the rectal buzz that you get from the seat, maybe,
The man.
touchdown! Kansas City!
The myth.
You can doubt the Chiefs. You can dislike the Chiefs. You can disrespect the Chiefs. You're going to have to deal with the Chiefs.
The legend of the Hy-Vee salad bar.
You want to truck this right now in the parking lot of the St. Joe Hy-Vee.
Mitch Holthus.
A 3-yard touchdown pass in overtime. Kansas City wins the game. 25-22.
For the final time of the 2025 NFL season, Mitch Holthus, the voice of the Chiefs, brought to you by Hy-Vee, the official grocery partner of the Kansas City Chiefs, joins us. Mitch, Nick asked us off air or maybe on air earlier, is this the earliest we have ever said goodbye to you in a season? And then Schaefer asked earlier, what year did you start having Mitch on? And that would have been 2015. And they have made the playoffs every year from 2015 until last season. So indeed, this is the first time. It is very strange talking to you on the first Wednesday of a year and getting ready to say, see you later for a few months. But thanks as always for joining us. How are you? Happy New Year.
Yeah, Happy New Year to you guys. And I like Mike's lid, Supersonics.
Thank you.
Name anybody from the original Seattle Supersonics team. Go.
Like the first one ever?
Ever.
Can I just say Tom Chambers? Because I know that's not correct, but at least
not correct. Not correct. Okay. Walt Hazard.
You know him.
No.
And the guy that was bald, Bob Weiss, you got to like a bald guy playing hoop. So
Who was one of the ones that played, Mitch, on the team that made it to the NBA Finals when they played Washington and Wes Unseld? Didn't they play them in the NBA Finals in like 78 or 77, somewhere in there?
Yeah, I'd have to dig through that. I'm just spending all afternoon in love with the Seattle Supersonics. So
that hat has gotten so many compliments today, Mitch. You are not the first, and you will most certainly.
It's a good Christmas gift.
It is a great Christmas gift. Mitch Holthus joining us as he does at this time on Wednesdays. Mitch, let's talk about things moving forward. We talked to you a few weeks back when Patrick Mahomes got injured, and so that has already been on our brain. But I wonder the recovery and what that does or doesn't look like in the weeks and the months to come. It's going to hang over things. Of course, everybody is going to wonder, how's he doing? When's he going to be back? How does or doesn't it, in your opinion, affect any of the decisions that the team needs to make, whether it comes to free agency or the NFL draft?
Yeah, it makes a lot of decision. It makes a lot of influence on the decision, just because at the very least, and I just saw Pat a couple days ago. Actually, he was doing his rehab and kind of snuck in there and fist pumped him. I think I'm going to go to the principal's office because of it. But and he's way ahead. He's going to be way ahead. But still, somebody's going to navigate OTAs and mini camp, preseason maybe. And who's that going to be? And Chris Oladokun was doing fine up until this last game. So now, what do you do with the quarterback position? Because Minshew was hurt, and what kind of money are you going to spend on that to find a vice president to get you through the offseason? That's a bigger deal than you think, because you're going to have a bunch of new guys here, and they got to get up to speed with what this place does. But to get up to speed to what this place does, you've got to be at that speed. So that quarterback has got to be somebody that assimilates that tempo. All right, that's one thing. Two, where you're at in the draft with the draft picks that you've got to be strategic. You got to hit in this one because and you've got to continue to improve with the classes of 25 and 24, 23. You got to coach those guys up and make them where they're going to be significant contributors. That's just what has to happen. So there's a lot going on here, a lot more than meets the eye. I do have my thoughts on the playoffs, though, and I'm going to give you a stat that no one's talked about.
Okay.
That I think changed the league this year. Actually, the last couple of years. And the Chiefs might have changed it a little bit a couple of years ago. But I think it's a real big discussion going into the playoffs that you guys can take off with. But I've got some empirical data that will back that up. So anytime you want to go to that, we can. But it's going to be
right away. Yeah, hit us
let
with it.
me just tell you, this league, especially the AFC, backed up and went back closer to the 90s Chiefs, maybe 70s, 80s Huskers, because 8 of the top 9 teams in the NFL in time of possession are in the playoffs. Let me compare that to the Chiefs in 2019 when they won Super Bowl 54. The Chiefs were 19th in time of possession. What has happened, you guys? And I've been watching this, is getting ready for Chiefs opponents, and now looking at the rest of the league a little bit more. What's happened is they have disguised or masqueraded this, let's control the game with 8-minute drives with 5-yard hitch routes. We're going to set the world record for tunnel screens or bubble screens. And we'll take a shot every now and then, but we're going to have an 8-minute drive, and we're going to try to score at the end of that drive. And the margin is super slight with all of these teams. Name them all, because Denver's really playing this way. They are Exhibit A. Buffalo has played the way to protect their defense. These are all teams in the top 8 in time of possession. New England plays this way. Drake May's been perfect, but it's like, dude, throw an 8-yard hitch. Don't turn it over. And what the other thing that this has done is mitigate the speed rushers who are becoming ridiculous in this league. They're Olympic athletes. And so how do I slow that down? I get rid of the ball fast. I'll run a tunnel screen, or I'll run the ball right at them, or I'll fake a run and run a fire pass, or I'll run, it looks like a check down. It was designed to be a play all along because somebody pops out of the clouds, and now you have this one-man screen. The whole AFC is doing it, and they're playing to their defenses. Look how good these defenses have been.
Yeah.
But they're also minimized. So to me, that makes the margin super slight in the AFC. And then you look at the quarterbacks and how many playoff games they've won. It's alarming in the AFC at the lack of playoff wins of 6 of the 7 teams.
Mitch, just kind of carrying into that thought, do you think some of that is just a extension of defenses have really combated the deep ball? Like we saw, the double high safety look to kind of prevent Patrick Mahomes from being able to fling it down the field the way that he did. So then offenses are like, okay, you're going to play like that. We're going to have to go ball control and really possession our, things out in the passing game.
I agree, Mike. And why they've been able to play that are these Nick Bonito, Jonathan Cooper type pass rushers. Look at Houston, same thing. And then they're playing this 2 deep safety with some nasty underneath DBs. The Surtains of the world. Look at the Houston secondary. Seattle in the NFC is exhibit A of my thesis. That defense is flesh eating. Mm-hmm. For them to completely suffocate San Francisco was a slap in the face. But they also, like Sam Darnold's the 1 seed, man, he's having a great year. Well, they're putting him in this category with all these other guys of like, you'll take a shot, make sure you get 3rd down. Oh, by the way, we're going to make sure we got 3rd and 2 or 4th and 1, and then we'll go for it on 4th down. But we're going to keep the ball for 8 minutes. And you can't have it, I'll have it. And what happened to the Chiefs this year is the fact that they didn't give up a lot of points, but they couldn't get off the field at the critical times. These teams were going on 8-minute drives and have 3rd and 10 at the plus 45, and they convert. Well, that just plays right into this. So I do think that it's, yes, playing 2 deep safeties or this matchup zone that they're playing now in this league, and then add to that these Olympic 400-meter runners that are speed rushers now in this league.
Mitch Holthus joining us, voice of the Chiefs. Mitch, I would be remiss if I didn't ask you the obvious question that I imagine everybody is wondering about, and that is the future of Travis Kelce and what you expect to happen with him as he played his last game. I'm guessing you have no intel, and I don't even know if you have a guess on what's going on. But this has been like the question on everybody's mind, even coming into the year, and certainly as the season came to a close. I guess let me try to figure out a way to ask an actual question here. Does the season going the way it did at the end change or maybe put a little bit more fire in him to say, I got to come back? Maybe Andy Reid feels the same way rather than wanting to go out like they did.
Okay, I'm going to give you, I don't know. No one knows.
Sure.
I've had some really good talks with him. At the end of last year, I would have lost $100 because I would have betted that he was not coming back. And then the Super Bowl mess, he was like, not going to go out this way. Let's give it another shot. But the snap-o-meter is going up. He laughs at me and then he jokes because I always give him his snap count, which is like 12,150. And the fact that those are hard snaps. He's asked to do everything. Wham block, pass block, run every route on the route tree. And he is a warhorse, but he's going to be 37. I think that what happened with Kels last year was he backed up and decided, I'm coming back. I'm not going to end like that. This year, we haven't seen the backup yet. And I think I would have lost probably another 100 saying he would have done it by now and said, that's it. But now he's saying some things like on New Heights podcast, like he's really thinking this through. And so I'm giving you a wishy-washy answer, but I'm also telling you that I've had talks with him and he loves the game. He loves his teammates. That's not all just garbage. And he's trying to think, what's my life going to be without it? We all think we know what it's going to be without it until you're without it. Mm-hmm. So I don't know. I think it's up in the air. Wait a minute. Breaking news. He's going to be Chamber of Commerce president for Council Bluffs, Iowa. I didn't know that.
Maybe we'll get him on the show then.
Was that job open? Strength and conditioning for Peru State.
So one of the things the Chiefs haven't undergone because they've been making these deep playoff runs is their coordinators are now very much available to interview for these open positions across the NFL. We know the Titans are interested in both Nagy and Spagnuolo. What are your kind of do you see one of those guys potentially having the opportunity to go be a head coach elsewhere and maybe some fresh coaching change, I guess, if you would, for the Chiefs here?
they're both deserving. Nags, they both should get another shot. Nags was better in Chicago than he was given credit for. He's been given most of the blame here, and that's just not fair. So both Nags and Spags, if they get a chance, are worthy. I would hire either one of those guys in a second. Now, let me give you the dynamic that's involved here in the fact that, let's say, if Nags goes, wherever that's going to be, if he goes. Nags has been Pat's caddy and was in 2017 when Patrick had his apprentice year. I give the analogy, they were playing Augusta every day. They just didn't play the Masters. They were doing war games and a tutoring job. And it wasn't just Matt Nagy, it was Mike Kafka. But Pat and Nags are really close. And Nags has really helped Pat, and Pat acknowledges that. And then so did Kafka. But when Nags took over the head coaching job in Chicago, Kafka was here. Then Kafka took the OC job in the Giants. But guess what happened at the same time? Nags gets fired in Chicago and comes back. So if you don't hire, if Nags somehow would go and Kafka's not here, it's going to be the first time Patrick will have neither one. Now, maybe Kingsbury comes in. That's always, that's where social media is hot, with him parting ways with Washington. But I just think that's the dynamic to be discussed here. But both those guys deserve a shot.
Well, Mitch, as always, we've enjoyed talking to you, going all the way back to when we have you on daily in end of July, early August, then weekly starting in September. And again, very strange that we will not be doing this deep into the month and certainly into February, which we've become very accustomed to. I imagine we'll check in around the time of the draft, and after that, we'll talk to you again in the summer. Enjoy, I guess, a little extra free time. I know this isn't what you wanted from the season, but maybe you can read an extra book or two along the way.
Well, I don't want to be myopic, but I will tell you this. Up until this run, I did a bunch of college basketball. I was squeezing in like 22 games whenever the Chiefs season was over until March Madness was done. And then I had to give it up because we're making these deep runs. So I gave up college basketball, and my duties here have increased twofold. This will be the first January I've had, I think, in like 44 years. So, shoot, I'm just going to drive around Nebraska and look at stuff.
All right. Well, hit us up if you're here, and we'll go out to lunch.
How many playoff wins has Trevor Lawrence got?
Trevor Lawrence has one when the comeback against the Chargers.
Perfect. Drake May.
0.
CJ Stroud.
CJ Stroud has
1.
Is it just one? I thought he had 2.
He won last year against the Chargers.
He's got 2.
I thought he won the year before. He's got 2. Yeah, he won
Does
the
he
year.
have 2?
Yeah,
He's
yeah,
got
yeah.
2.
Year before as well.
All right, that's 1, 2, 3. Bo Nix.
Bo Nix has 0. He's 0 for 1.
That's 4 quarterbacks in this tournament, 3 combined postseason wins. Herbert.
0.
Yeah. Now Josh Allen has a zillion. And they have 87 wins, which is the most wins in a 7-year span coming into this year, not to get to the Super Bowl, NFL record. And then, I did find this. Aaron Rodgers actually quarterbacked against Nebraska when he was Cal's quarterback in 1978. He lost 36-26. I.M. Hepburn for like 250 yards. And gosh, he was a 7th-year senior that year. He was 27 years old that year. There you go. Breaking news. I'm just telling you, if you look at Denver's roster, Pat Surtain's played 1 postseason game. They have Dre Greenlaw and Hufanga from the 49er fame. And I think Dre's got 8 wins. But other than that, I can go all down these AFC teams. There's just not a lot of playoff experience. That and the fact that they're all playing to these tight margins. They have all year, all of them.
Yep.
Tight margins. This isn't 2019 or 2020. And to me, it's the most fascinating tournament in the AFC for a long time.
Yeah, it certainly is. Can't wait to watch it. Mitch Holthus, the voice of the Chiefs. We have him on every week all throughout the year. We've been doing this since 2015. Brought to you by Hy-Vee, official grocery partner of the Kansas City Chiefs. Mitch, enjoy the offseason. We will talk to you in a few months.
Thanks, Mitch.
How many Husker fans right now are going, Aaron Rodgers played against us in 78.
The joke went right over their heads.
Right
Thank you,
there.
Mitch.
See you, boys.
Mitch Holthus joining us as he does each and every Wednesday. All right, when we return, we will finish up our top 4 teams that we expect to win the Super Bowl. A 49ers fan is yelling at us, which is awesome. I'll read that text.
Probably
to you.
more at me.
He included me in this too.
Oh, wow.
So, look, I don't want them to lose this week, Mr. 49er. Another 49er fan, my best friend David, reached out and said, I agree with you. So there you go. Good takes by us from one 49er fan, another calling us a hater and an idiot. So we'll get to that when we return. Dumb debates coming up as well. Get in your questions, and we will answer them in the happy hour. But first, Josh Peterson here for Underdog Fantasy. As the season, the NBA season that is, continues on. Still a few months away from the postseason, but the fast breaks, the buzzer beaters, the block parties are all back and continue to roll on, whether it's a Wednesday night, a Thursday night, Friday night, and more. Playing on Underdog, so easy, especially because you can do it right now in Nebraska. Just pick whether your favorite player going to go higher or lower on stats like points, rebounds, steals, and more. Wemby is back. Maybe throw blocks in with him. And if you get your picks right, you could win up to 5,000 times your cash. All you got to do is download the app today. Use our promo code 1620TheZone, and you can score $75 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. Again, do that in Nebraska. Don't have to go over the bridge. You can do it right here in Nebraska and put in that promo code 1620TheZone. Underdog, make picks, win money. Must be 19 plus and present in Nebraska. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org. Josh Peterson, Mike Schaefer. Man, Schaefer, a lot of response to our Mitch Holthus interview. The folks are sad to see him go for the summer.
They always are. It's a really tough time of the year. Mitch's last segment with us.
Uh-huh. Wow, we're getting AI text about a car. What in the world?
What?
Yeah, that's pretty odd. All right, I'll read this text to you, Shafe, as we get back into our teams to win the Super Bowl from the 402. Niners higher than the Eagles, LOL. Sounds like two haters that can't get past the birds the past 8 years. Look, Mr. 402, I'm not a hater. I want the 49ers to beat the Eagles. I just don't think you're going to. I'll read a tweet from a fellow 49er fan. KD, it will legitimately take an act of God for the 49ers to win on Sunday. The three linebackers they're trotting out weren't on the roster November 21st. The injuries are too great to overcome. That's why the Niners, for both of us, are not above. Well, you hate the Niners anyway. You think Kyle Shanahan's overrated.
I don't think that.
Oh, okay. I thought so.
No.
You think Brock Purdy.
Yes.
You think they're the same person, basically.
Pretty much. Yeah.
I think Brock Purdy's really good. But 2 weeks ago, I would have had the 49ers way higher. Their defense is really falling apart, which we knew that it was a problem. But the Bears game should be a cause for concern. But the bigger issue is that their offense didn't show up against Seattle. And if there's a round one matchup that I wouldn't want them to have, it would be against another really great defense. And sadly, that is what the Eagles offer. I would love to eat crow. Of all of my takes today about ranking things, don't want to eat crow about the Broncos. Sorry, Broncos, I'm now rooting against you because everybody keeps yelling at me. Sorry, this is what you get. But I really would love to eat crow. I'd love to roll in on Monday and be like, oh man, the defending champs are gone from the playoffs. That's a huge bummer. I would love to be able to do that.
Yeah. Well, I hope you get the opportunity to. It's interesting. I ranked the 49ers lower on this list because it's a list about winning the Super Bowl, not an individual matchup. I don't see how they can win the Super Bowl with this team.
They got it. They'd have to win this game. Which
They
we don't
have
think
lost
they will.
famously Super Bowls with much better teams than the one that they are currently with.
Yeah. Again, I don't think this is the worst one that Shanahan has entered the playoffs with, but this is the second one that he has entered the playoffs with. I would take just try to remember them off the top of my head. I would take the 2019 version over this one, the 2022 version over this one, the 2023 version over this one. All of those ones, well, they all made the NFC title, and two of them made the Super Bowl. I don't think that this team is that good.
Yeah.
Because the defense is the problem. And the offense is still really good. It's just not as good as those teams were. Those offenses were Death Stars.
I just kind of want to see, like, the offense, I think, rope-a-dope people a little bit because they beat the crap out of the Bears. And, like, they had these great offensive performances. The Colts is the one where but I don't know what to do with that either because the Colts end of the year are not the same as the Colts the beginning of the year. And so you don't want to diminish too much of it, but it's like that wasn't what it looked like in the middle of the year with Mac Jones either. So maybe is it Brock Purdy is that big of a difference to Mac Jones? Not entirely sure because when they've had Brock Purdy earlier in the year, they weren't that good either offensively. So a lot of it to me is I just think people got really sucked in with that game against the Bears. And it's oh, yeah, this team. And okay.
And for the record, I'd been sucked in on them way further before that. And, I've been saying that all year. But
I have basically been just sort of like, I don't believe in this.
Yeah.
And they keep winning games. So obviously they did better than I would have ever expected. Mm-hmm. But, I mean, there's more similarities with them and the Bears than there are with them and the Rams and the Seahawks.
Sadly, that seems to be the case. All right. Travis writes, with all the respect I've shown towards the Cowboys, this is how you treat us, Josh? Yeah, Travis, you have showed zero respect to the Cowboys. Let's recap what we have done. We've gone 14-5 so far. My 14 was the Panthers. Then I had the Steelers at 13, Packers 12, Chargers 11, Bears 10, Bills 9, sadly, Broncos 8, 49ers 7, Patriots 6, and Texans 5. Shafe, what's your 14-5?
I have Panthers 14, Chargers 13, Steelers 12, Bears 11, Packers 10, 49ers 9. That's my Super Bowl cutoff right here. The Texans are the last team that I think can win the Super Bowl. Texans 8, Bills 7, Patriots 6, Eagles 5.
All right. So that means I have one team in my top 4 that you do not have, and you have one in yours that I do not have. And that would be the team that you just had at number 5. I have at number 4, the Philadelphia Eagles. I think that they will win in round 1. If you are correct about round 1, they would then host a playoff game again, which would just be incredibly annoying. Now, it would be against the Rams, which played them closer earlier. this season.
Played them closer. They
were
basically
winning.
had the game won.
They should have won. Their special teams melted down, which is always a possibility,
big
sadly,
thing
with the
for
Rams.
that team.
Need to
Not a
bring
good
back
special teams team.
Bring back Scott Frost. The reason I actually played around with them being a little lower in my list, I did not play around with them being higher than 4. The reason that I stuck with them here is, like, I mean, you got to give it to them. You got to hand it to them. They know how to win in the playoffs because they've done it. Twice in the last 3 years, they have made it to the Super Bowl. Now, the one time in between there, they flamed out bad. And so
Tampa destroyed them.
But that Tampa team is hot. This 49ers team, as we've talked about, is not hot.
They were hot, and then they played the best team in the NFL.
Their defense is legit. We saw them take down the Bills. But on the other hand, their offense sucks, has horrible halves. Of all of the contenders, I've been laying smackdown talk on Bo Nix all show. The Eagles' offense is consistently the worst of any of these playoff teams. Consistently bad. They have the most 3-and-outs, or at one point they had the most 3-and-outs in the whole league. They are terrible at times, but they could go on a run because they're super talented.
It is insanity to me that you have the Eagles at 4 and the Broncos at 9, 8.
8.
Yeah. And the Broncos are better offensively. They are better defensively, and they play one less game. So on a list to make the Super Bowl, and you think the NFC is better than the AFC. None of this makes any sense to me.
Well, I've seen the
You
Eagles.
are very confusing.
And the Eagles, I've seen
My
do it.
God.
I've seen the Eagles do it. I got to give them respect. I apologize. Who do you have at number 4?
Number 4, I have the Jacksonville Jaguars.
How about this?
They have gone. This is an organization I have gone on screeds against. I have included them on lists on teams that I just don't like because everything about them has just annoyed me greatly. And then when they traded for Travis Hunter, I was mad because I want Travis Hunter to have success. I enjoyed Travis Hunter, but I didn't want him to be stuck with Jacksonville. And then this coach they hired, the Tampa Bay offensive coordinator, Liam Cohn. This offense they're fun to watch. They're good.
Weird.
Trevor Lawrence is throwing BBs all over the place.
That's weird.
They're still inexplicable at times and do Jaguars things.
Sure. They're the Jaguars after all.
Games. But saying this out loud, I guess I wouldn't be shocked if they end up winning the Super Bowl.
Isn't that wild?
And
what a statement.
I don't know that anybody is playing better football right now.
They are super hot right now. The Broncos had that super long winning streak, and then the Jaguars ended it.
They ended it, but they kind of just
bullied them.
Beat them up in their own house and left them for dead.
Shout out to Kugler, was on the call that day. What a great game he got. He almost had Cowboys Chargers, and instead he got that one. That is awesome. Good for him. I have the Jags at number 3. They're awesome. I don't know what to say. They're really good. They're a really, 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 really good football team for all the reasons that you just mentioned and more. They're going to have at least, well, not at least. They will have a home game. If they win that home game, they will not have a home game in the second round because they will go to the Patriots, is what would happen.
But if they beat the Patriots and the scenario that you want plays out, they could be
if the Chargers beat the Patriots, then yeah, the Jacksonville Jaguars are a win away from hosting a playoff game again in round 2. And then again, given how I feel about the Broncos, you never know what could be the case.
I have the Broncos at 3.
Okay. So that was our biggest difference, right?
Yeah.
I had them at 8. You had them at 3.
I mean, I still have them as the best team in the AFC, but the margins with them in Jacksonville
It's insane.
are
You keep saying you love the AFC, and yet you do not have any AFC teams in your top 2.
No, what I have
it's almost
said
like the NFC
repeatedly,
is
repeatedly
better,
is that the 2 best teams are in the NFC, and then the rest of the good teams are in the AFC.
Yeah, that's wild. I'm looking at my top 7. I have 4 teams from the NFC in my top 7. I have 3 in the AFC. So we have the same top 2. Will we have them in the same order? Probably not, because I have the Rams number 1 and the Seahawks number 2. I'm guessing you have it flipped.
Yep.
Isn't that interesting that so you just yelled at me? You went on a screed about the Broncos having to play 1 fewer game. Same, I mean, we could throw the Rams in there against almost every other team, right? They're gonna have to play an extra game. They will most likely have to go on the road in every game if they win. Most likely. I guess if your weird thing happens, 5, 6, 7. They are one more upset. The Rams will not, or the Packers will not beat the Seahawks. But all they would need is one upset to suddenly host a playoff game as a 5 seed. That won't happen. Why did you go Seahawks over Rams? And then I'll tell you why.
I just as a point of consistency, I felt like the Seahawks have been the best team in football.
You've been on them all year long
for probably about 12 weeks. I mean, I don't know that I was there right at the beginning. It was right after. I was high on Tampa. And
it was around that time.
But they were the next team, and we were talking about them right away because I was talking about them right away. And so I I think they have an unbelievable defense. I think they have a relatively difficult offense in the sense that Jackson Smith-Njigba could be the best receiver in the NFL. And then their running game has gotten a little bit better lately, but I think some of that is a product of the 49ers. Back half of their defense isn't that great. Otherwise, the Seattle run game has not been that good.
No, sneakily, their offense is actually taking a step back over the back half of the season.
Yeah. But some of it is their defense sets their offense up so
defense
well.
Is amazing.
And, like Mitch is talking about it, they're a lot of these teams are grinding it out through their defense. I mean, Minnesota went 9-8 because their defense is now top 10 in the league and all of these things.
Come to Dallas,
and they just
Flores.
needed like a below average quarterback to get them to the playoffs. Like some of these teams have.
A lot of them have.
Including Minnesota had Carson Wentz and JJ McCarthy.
Reason I went with the Rams over the Seahawks, even though I know that they haven't looked very good in the last few weeks. They've struggled. They lost to the Falcons.
Right after on this show, Eric Hedholm said that the Rams were a level above.
Yeah.
And I scoffed.
You did.
I scoffed.
Yeah, you were like, "What the hell is he?"
I also
about?
scoffed at you saying the Bears could win the Super Bowl.
They can win the Super Bowl. They probably won't. I am going to go. This is purely a quarterback play. I trust their quarterback way more than I trust Seattle's quarterback.
Even the one that showed up
Way
and was
more.
terrible against the Falcons.
He was really bad. He had a lot of interceptions. Everyone's allowed one stink bomb in the regular season. Everyone's allowed one stink bomb in the regular season. I've seen him do it before. I also, in all seriousness, I like their coach more.
Are you worried at all that they've lost to the Panthers already this year?
No, I think that actually is going to make them kick their asses. I think they're going to smoke them on Saturday. I think a lot of people usually like the Shakey's game to be weirdly close. I don't think that that's going to be the case. I think the Rams are going to
Panthers
dominate.
are so bad.
Yeah, I think the Rams are going to dominate. So I'll go Rams number 1. That said, I don't feel good about this at all. I've never entered a postseason so little.
You have a 5 seed as your number 1 team.
I know, and you have them as your number 2.
I know.
And I have the Jaguars at 3. Like, what are we talking
I had
about?
them at 4.
The Eagles have been trash for a lot of the year, and I have them at 4. Like, this is a weird year.
I think this is more a defense.
I'm
mechanism for
afraid.
you.
I'm so afraid.
Yeah.
God, go 49ers. All right, Dumb Debates. When we return, happy hours next on 1620 The Zone.
be nice to have a boat. Throw. It would be nice to have a boat. Throw. It would be nice to have a boat. Throw. It would be nice to have a boat. Throw. It would be nice to have a boat. Throw. It would be nice to have a boat. Throw. It would be nice to have a boat. Throw. It would be nice to have a boat. Throw. From your mom.
Listeners and not to, we did anyway. Dumb debating.
John's computer sucks. Macs are the only way. Dumb debating.
Fullbacks are running backs, hamburger steaks.
Josh is too dumb to eat a cupcake.
Mayo in a base.
Does John like Nebraska or Creighton?
Just three radio hosts on air. Dumb debating. Die for the pylon or give up on the plate. Dumb debating.
Millennials are great and old should go away. Dumb debating.
Rarely do we find any common ground.
Josh wants his food to be the best around.
Even if it gives him fatal flatulation.
Just three radio hosts on air. Dumb debating. When a tree falls down and nobody's around, you can bet your ass it won't make a sound. Water ain't wet, you know nothing about hydration. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating.
It is time for Dumb Debates, that time of the week where we take your questions, your quandaries, we answer them, we debate them, and hopefully it is a dumb question, because that's what we are hoping for. But there are no dumb questions.
Well, I don't know. Did you figure out that thing that you were trying to make into a question that you refused to write down earlier?
Excellent question, Nick.
No, I didn't really get it into debate form, and we can just save it for a crossover or for some other time in the future. It's got potential.
Mike Schaefer will be back. We will do it sometime down the road. Pedro, kicking it off. Hi, guys. Dumb debate. Should we get rid of the farce that a touchdown is worth 6 points and that an extra point is added to make the score 7 points? Should make all kicks worth 6 points. Shafe, what do you think about the idea that a touchdown is worth 7 and then an extra point would be worth 3 points? That would seem to be a bit much.
Yeah, I'm out on that.
I can propose a scoring related question for dumb debates as it pertains to football.
Well, I
got a take for you.
You know, people that have the viewpoint that kicking should just be eliminated altogether because it's gotten to the point where you have people like on our teams that can make near 70-yard field goals.
Did they not watch Sunday Night Football when the Ravens missed the
I'm
playoffs?
not saying I agree with this take. I'm just saying I've heard that.
I will offer a theory or a take. Safety should be worth more than 2. It is the most rare score in all of football. The most rare. I think that should be worth more. It should be a 4-point play.
Okay. I was
not
wondering
a 2.
What about what's that scenario for that 1 point? Is it a 1 point safety?
That is it is really complicated. It happened in an Oregon-Kansas State bowl game a little over a decade ago. But yeah, the 1 point they call it a 1 point safety. It's basically, it's like a blocked kick.
Mm-hmm.
And the team that blocks it then would have to go backwards into the end zone and get tackled. That is a 1 point safety.
Or the ball.
More?
So you can have a game
that possesses the ball, loses the ball, and it goes through the end zone.
So you could have a 6-1 football game.
Mm-hmm.
It has never happened before, if I remember right, but you could have that. That is the most rare score.
Should that be worth more?
No, because I
Like
want
50
a 6
points.
I want a 50 points.
Yeah.
I want a 6-1 football game so bad. If that happened in my lifetime, the internet would explode.
Scoregami.
You're out on 4-point safety?
No.
Okay.
The internet exploding is what you would be excited about if there's
No, I would just be excited to see look at a scoreboard. You're watching a football game and it says 6-1, and everybody, your mom calling, Mike, how did this happen? And you get to explain it to her. Thoughts on the 4-point safety?
4-point safety, I would be okay with it. I'm also okay with just keeping it status quo at 2. I don't necessarily need it to go up at all.
Sad.
Now, here's my proposal.
Well, you're not even going to let him propose.
Sorry, Shane.
No,
go ahead
go
and
for
propose.
it. The floor is yours.
Instead of 1 point, the PAT should be 3.
We literally that's how the segment started. Thanks for listening, Nick.
No, but I mean, I thought it was 6.
He said touchdown should be go from 6 to 7, and then the point after should be worth 3.
Oh, okay. I thought it said it should be worth 6. That's what I was working on.
No, that would be That would be insane.
Scoring would be up.
Yep.
Scoring would be way up. A lot of overs.
Okay. Ignore me.
All right, Nick.
Sorry.
That's this is great. This is the world I've been wanting. No, just kidding, Nick. What was your proposed idea, Shafe?
We can just move on.
Okay.
It's fine.
Should have wrote it down.
Dumb Debates is off to a
It would have been
rip-roaring
like
start.
another score-related thing, and we don't need it.
All right. Perfect.
Basically, I want a world where people go for 2 more. So part of it would
you
be
just get rid of point afters? Or do you move it?
I think
PAT
get rid
back?
of point afters and make it only field goals.
Okay. What about just moving it back a little bit more? So then you are incentivizing going for 2 because you're way closer, obviously. They moved. Remember when they moved the PAT back and people were like, this is stupid. It's been awesome.
Well, it's definitely affected things in a way that people did not expect.
So, but I think in the end, they wanted more misses and more variance. Like the issue was not, we want more 2s. It was, we're sick of everybody making them all the time. All right. They got their wish. Is there something to incentivize going for 2 more where you kick it back another 10?
So would that take it to 43?
Yeah. How long are PATs?
33 now.
So yeah, take it back another 10 yards.
So
what if you made it a 45-yard PAT? So you're kicking from the 35-yard line. You're snapping
I'd be
from the
okay with it. I don't know how you do it because you can't really move it any closer for the ball, but some of it is just eliminate a kick after.
So you're just saying get rid of it entirely?
Yes. Field goals still exist,
Mm-hmm.
but no point after touchdowns, only go for 2. I would enjoy that more.
All right. We're going to Jerry. Surprisingly, I don't know, Jerry, the last time we took a call during dumb debates, but what's going on, Jerry?
You guys know what a farmer blow is when you hold the one nostril and blow your snot out of the other one?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so I was just in Costco, and some guy did a farmer blow into a trash can.
Okay.
And I just want, is that acceptable public behavior?
What a great dumb debates question. Thank you, Jerry.
Thank you, Jerry.
So as someone who has utilized this particular method to clear out my sinuses before,
I do it all the time on runs.
I do it in the shower.
Oh yeah, of course.
That is the primary place.
Yes.
But I don't know that it's something that I would have tissues or something if I was, to be more covered up.
But just you're walking.
I don't know that I would just go up to a trash can and just
launch a snot rocket.
More or less, yeah.
Because I feel like there's a little uncontrollability there. You don't know what's coming out of it. Yeah, I'm not,
Your
Tom
ear might
Brady in
pop,
his
you might
prime.
have a lot going on.
I could be like Bo Nix and it's just going anywhere, and you don't want that.
Now Bo Nix can't even send a farmer blow into a trash can.
That is not good behavior.
No, not at all.
That's pretty terrible behavior. I think you're a monster. Actually, they might arrest you for that in the future.
What if
watch
Jerry called in with the debate, but he was actually the one that did it? And now he just wants to know if it was a faux pas.
He wants validation.
And you just called him a monster.
His wife was like, Jerry, I can't believe you did that. He's like, I'm going to call sportsmanlike conduct.
I love
Jerry,
it.
thanks for calling. What do you think of this idea from Jordan? Hitting the upright should be worth extra points. Now,
no.
Hear me out. So you know how when you're playing pool, if you got a cool shot, you got to let people know in case it's just like bouncing around. So what if Brandon Aubrey's like, I'm hitting the left upright?
No.
Just call your shot.
Really?
Yeah, no.
Okay.
Why don't we do a Top Golf situation where when they kick it and depending on where it lands, that's how many points you get?
So
instead of in uprights, it's like a skee ball setup.
you're putting landing zones on the football field? Now we're getting very gimmicky. I'm surprised that the XFL didn't try this type of slot.
Yeah, me too, actually.
It seems like something that they would have done.
No, I don't, because it just opens the door to just more like zany stuff. I don't necessarily want that.
Yeah, you're not a fan of Zane.
So more zany. What's the
Put a
most
cork
zany,
in it, Zane.
What's the most zany thing in the NFL right now?
The most zany thing in the NFL right now? Oh, man, I don't know. What is the most tight ends lining up for the tush push? That is so stupid.
Yeah.
But that's pretty zany.
I mean, the tush push itself is stupid. I was going to mention this earlier because I know it's a big point of contention for the guy who normally sits in that chair. How do you feel about the touchback fumble through the end zone thing?
I have actually changed my tune. I used to think it sucked, but now I like it. There should be
Did
a
it
punishment.
affect the Eagles enough that you were like, this is what has caused me?
No, I don't know what happened, but I just reached a point where it's like, you know what? The offense should be punished. You made a mistake. Sorry, deal with it. I like it.
I
totally
I've
changed
been
my tune.
Relatively consistent with it in that I kind of just enjoy its existence because when it happens, it's just a reminder of like, yeah, you dove for the pylon and you lost the ball.
Yeah.
You shouldn't get credit for that. There was who had the touchdown catch earlier this year where it actually looked like he fumbled the ball. Was it Jamar Chase? We were watching this, and then you and I were texting about it.
Well, I know in the Michigan-Ohio State game.
That's what it was.
Yeah,
it was the
Jeremiah
receiver,
Smith.
yeah,
Jeremiah Smith.
And that shouldn't have counted.
I was surprised that they did not overturn it.
Yeah.
I was stunned. I thought that they should have overturned it. Now, I also hate Ohio State, but I was
sure, and I didn't have a.
Yeah.
I was impartial.
Yeah.
Actually, I hate Michigan, and I still thought that it should have been.
I was very surprised that they didn't overturn that one. That's a good one. Peter writes, tipping questions are always good in dumb debates. Let's do this one. I think you're going to like this one. It's not the worst. I feel like
that sound was for just where we're at with society and tipping.
Yeah.
I've turned into Steve Buscemi in the opening of Reservoir Dogs.
Okay.
Where
wow.
he
You're like
just
John.
goes on the rant about how he doesn't need to tip
yeah.
ever.
Quite
that was never me. And now I just like every single pay tab thing. And it's like, you did nothing. You just stood there and watched me put the order in online, pay, and then I'm going to put 20% on top of that. No.
All right. Well, let me ask a question. You can go on more of a rant. I feel like we need a universal rule when it comes to tipping. When to and when not to, how much? If you had to pass a rules and regulations for tipping, what would you put in it?
Isn't it 20%? That's kind of the default.
That's usually my baseline. I do. If I have bad service, I will never tip nothing. But if it's bad, I do exactly 15% because I do think that it is a thing that you should do because they are underpaid. They make way less money than they should. If they did not, then I wouldn't feel like I have to. But
tipping is a corporate loophole.
It absolutely is.
100%.
All right. But so let's pass these rules and regulations for tipping. So I think that you just hit on one. A lot of people do get very annoyed by that. There's just tips for everything these days. I still will tip for a to-go order because they still do have to do something, though I know it's not a whole lot. Now, I'm trying to think of the equivalent at somewhere else where it's like,
I will tip my barber. I tip people that perform services.
Yeah.
Absolutely. But, when we were going through this with like the wedding stuff, it's partly like, why am I adding on extra cost to this? Like, I am paying for your service.
Yeah.
If you want more money, charge more money.
Yeah.
If I'm at a department store and they ask me for a tip after I just bought something off the shelf, I'm not going to tip them.
Yeah. And like part of it was we were putting the money in the envelopes for the tip before the service had even occurred. So then it's like I'm paying a tip on something that I don't even know how it's going to go.
It's a tip on a tip.
Mm-hmm.
David says, what about places putting an automatic tip on your tab for non-traditional tipping service? I've never seen that before. An automatic tip for a place that is not normally
I am not familiar with that either.
There's a place that we like to eat at sometimes where they add a tip to the bill, but then they also ask you for a tip and you don't realize that they've added the tip to the bill until you get the receipt. You're like, oh,
you're allowed to do that?
I guess.
I always thought you had to basically tell people that gratuity would be added based on the amount of people in the party or whatever it is. Now, some places will have a sign when you walk in and it says gratuity added no matter what. So then you know that going in.
Yeah.
I always thought you had to like let people know if you were going to do that.
Dan writes, tipping is an option at PBA at the grab your own beer kiosk. WTF.
Yeah.
That's annoying because it probably just goes to the university.
Tip the robots.
So that's a place where I don't know what to do because you turned around and you grabbed the beer and you opened it in front of me. And then I'm like, do I put $2 down?
I don't tip at baseball. I don't tip at baseball games.
Yeah. At a bar, I will tip like right away with a bartender. Sometimes I just put down like a $5, like if I know I'm going to be there for a couple drinks.
That was always the old rule, right? It's like, hey, go order your first drink, put $1 down.
Right.
You'll get
and then at restaurants, like usually 20 to sometimes more, depending on what it is. And like you, if it's really bad, I've never walked out, never done zero.
I would never do that.
Not how I was instructed or whatever. But, I will definitely only do 15% or something. But usually it's a pretty standard. But those are for sit down places where someone's coming and going and bringing and whatever.
And we're saying this to play along with the question, but the real fix is just to get rid of tipping culture altogether.
Yeah.
When I went to Iceland and bought a beer and tried to tip the bartender, and he's like, well, I can tell you're an American and don't do that anywhere else because it's actually offensive.
Yeah.
That's wild that it's offensive. It's like, it's just more money.
Well, they regard it as demeaning. I don't know.
Yeah. I'd just be like, you guys, your culture is dumb. Also, we have free healthcare. Like I would just laugh at somebody, for being an American.
No, and he was just trying to give me the heads up.
No,
it was
that's
like
very
my
nice
first
of
night
him.
there, but it was also, I had no idea. And I was like, wow, other people don't have to tip.
I always forget that you went to Iceland.
People pay real wages to people that work for them.
Crazy.
Marcus asks, how close to zeros on the clock does a shot have to be considered a buzzer beater? The last 5 seconds, the last 10, 15 seems like a lot, but is there a clear cutoff? It's a great question. So Jamarcus Lawrence makes the game winner against Illinois. I have been calling that a buzzer beater, even though it's not. There was whatever seconds left. Not enough time to get a shot off, and the game was over. But I've been calling it a buzzer beater. I think if there is less than 1 second.
Yeah, that's my answer as well.
It is anything above that, it is definitely not a buzzer beater. It's basically in the zone of, can you actually get another shot off?
I could almost go with less than half a second.
Like, so Derek Fisher hit the shot with 0.4 seconds.
But
so maybe that should be the
NBA timeout to move the.
It's a great rule.
And I'm not opposed to the rule. I'm just saying in college.
It did. Yes, you could never make that shot in college. If a team hit a shot, 0.4 seconds left, it's impossible.
Do you remember it was a Suns playoff game probably about 4 years ago where they threw the inbounds to DeAndre Ayton with like less than a second left and he dunked it for the game winner?
Yes.
That was amazing. I feel like that play needs to get talked about.
Yeah. All right. Well, there we go.
Yeah. So I'm glad I brought it up. Other people talk about
NBA whole Mike Schaefer.
Wow. Look at the hat.
Got the hat on today. You love the NBA.
I've always considered a buzzer beater is if you shoot it and then while it's in the air, the buzzer goes off.
So for you, it has to, your letter of the law,
it's
constitutionalist
the buzzer goes off
Nick.
mid-air.
Okay. So Nick is saying we're liars. Interesting.
Nick
Nick is saying we're Matt Rule.
I know from a gambling perspective, when the NCAA tournament comes around, you can bet on whether there will be a buzzer beater.
And it has to be.
It has to be 0-0-0.
Has to be what Nick is describing. Yep. Yeah, I mean, letter of the law, Nick is obviously right, but I definitely do describe buzzer beaters as anything with under a second left. Let's see. 402. This is a TV question. We love television. Streaming service. Do you want to binge or watch weekly? I'm absolutely like, what is better? What is the better form of a show? I am such a weekly honk. It is so much more enjoyable.
If it is a show I genuinely care about, and like, Mad Men, for instance, or Atlanta or whatever, shows like that.
God, Atlanta, what a show.
The week in between and the anticipation build up to watching the next episode was so amazing. If it's something where it's like, I'm watching this, I'm fine going right to the next episode because my brain isn't really caring about consuming everything that I had just watched.
Sure. Yeah.
So a long-winded way to say that I prefer weekly if I really care about it.
If you like the show more.
My wife is listening. She is super mad right now. She only wants to binge everything all the time. She gets so mad at every show that we watch that's weekly. Then she'll want to wait weeks to let it build up. Then we forget to watch it, or we don't forget, but other things get in the way of it. That's how I didn't end up watching a show like Task for ever because she wouldn't watch it because it was weekly.
Yeah, that's a bad take. No offense to your wife.
Offender.
All right. That's a terrible take. It is so much fun having a show, especially if you're watching it with your significant other. Tomorrow, for example, the Pitt season 2 premieres. I'm going to be so pumped to watch.
I don't know what she's going to want to do there because when we started the Pitt,
a 15-week show.
We had a bunch of episodes already built up, and then we caught all the way up, and she was furious that we had to wait for 2 weeks for the last 2 episodes.
I love it because it's like her and I are like, oh, let's watch the show tonight. Yeah. This is great. And then we get to talk about it. I love talking. I love sitting and thinking about the show.
She hates all of that.
She hates thinking?
No, she just wants to.
Are you calling her an imbecile?
No. She doesn't want to talk or think about the show. She just wants to stay in the universe of the show continuing. She doesn't want to be broken out of it.
Now, do you guys talk about shows? Do you guys talk?
It depends sometimes.
Because I was going to say.
She'll get really mad because I'll bring up technical aspects of what I like about the movie or the show.
God, you and I are such good friends.
Looks at me like I have a horn coming out of my head.
So the Pit is going to be 15 episodes. It is going to end on Thursday, April 16th.
Yeah, she's so mad.
Wow. You might have to watch this by yourself.
No, she'll want to watch the Pit.
All right. So you guys are going to
If I were to start an episode without her, she would be furious.
All right. So either you're going to have to binge later on. And
I think she'll come around because she's excited about it coming back.
Good. I can't wait to talk about it.
And we saw that doctor when we were out at the Warner Brothers.
Dude, I'm so happy I've done the rewatch. It's been great to just remember. I remembered all the big stuff, but there was a lot of little tiny things along the way that I forgot about.
It's a great show that does somehow hits this weird thread of it is a contained story, sometimes in the same episode while part of a larger arc that's being built up.
Yeah.
And, not every television show can pull that off.
Stibbs writes, technically all made shots are buzzer beaters.
It's true.
Excellent point, Stibbs. Chris writes, Money Chris, oh my God, if you are watching only one episode a week person, that's the worst take I've ever heard you have. You are a monster. Is that my worst take?
No.
Finally, Baymon writes, dumb debate. You have won the lottery. Congratulations. You have a choice now. You can either take a payout of $10,000 a year for the next 10 years. Wow, it's only $100,000. Or you can take a one-time lump sum payment of $1 million, but the $1 million payout is in the form of random, non-transferable $5 gift cards. Taco Bell, McDonald's, Popeyes, Chipotle, Qdoba. Oh, the possibilities. What is your selection? Okay, so that's why he asked the question. So you get $100K, but it only comes in $10,000 increments, which is like a bonus, right? It's almost like you get a bonus for the next 10 years, and I assume that's not taxed, or $1 million in gift cards. But they're in $5 increments, which means...
So here's a question I have. Do you have...
That is 200,000 gift cards.
Well, can you double up on gift cards?
I hope so, because there's not that many restaurants.
Right. So then like, if you have, say, 2,000 Target gift cards at $5...
That's a... Yeah, you can still use them all.
So, like,
it's annoying. Beep, beep,
right.
beep.
Could you imagine being at a McDonald's or Burger King drive-through, and then you just
deal with it?
Well, the worst part is if you have to load it into the app, and you're sitting there having to peel off the back and putting in those stupid codes,
and then you probably type it in wrong a time or two. That's it. I think I'm going to take that. I mean,
I'm
first of
taking
all,
the gift cards.
Never have to worry about dinner again.
Yep.
You're good to go with dinner. And yeah, you hope that you get a Target one in there or something like that. An FM, a store. Stores, Nick, where you can buy things. Now it'll be really annoying. I want to buy this.
Wants the cash.
I want to buy this $1,000 cash or this $1,000 couch. Here are 100. What's $1,000? You would need $205 gift cards.
At some point, they would have to cut you off, right? It's
No.
like paying for something in
How?
pennies.
Why?
It's money. It's monetary funds.
I would like to see them.
Wait, so Nick, what's the difference between going to the store and buying a $1,000 TV with a bunch of $5 bills? It's the same thing.
They would probably cut that off too.
No, they wouldn't. It's money. What are you talking about?
They'd be excited that they don't have to pay the credit card fee on it.
Yeah. No, wait, Nick. That's your worst take.
Like they'd have to sit there, they'd have to count it to
Is
ensure
that really
it's
his
exactly
worst
1,000.
take?
No,
I've
he's
had worse takes.
But they will not say no to money. And they will certainly not say no to gift cards.
I'm not saying that they'd say no to the money. They'd probably say no to how you're paying for the thing because it would.
They can't.
It would cause too much of a logjam.
I have an idea for you to track throughout the rest of the year based off of the email response that you got on the weekly.
Oh, the binge thing? Yeah.
You should, when someone tells you that that's one of your worst takes, file it away, create a bracket, and then allow people to vote their way through as to what your worst take of 2026 was.
This is a great idea for like our week when we're off. We could just
that's
have
what I
that
mean,
going
like-
on in the background.
Now, okay, so here's the only issue. Are you goosing this where people are just going to start saying every one of my takes, that's your worst take? Then they're inflating the number
I think
of takes.
you have to find, there has to be some sort of threshold, and it probably needs to be something where you're more on an island relative to consensus.
Okay. So my Broncos take, some would say that's my worst
Or
take.
we could put the takes in a bracket between all of us, and it's blind.
The worst take bracket.
I also think it shouldn't be related to a specific sports season. It's
It's
if
more
your
life
take is
takes.
that actually Michael Jordan's the 7th best NBA player,
That is a bad
that
take.
would be qualifying.
That would be horrible.
But if your take was like, I think the if you said I think the Sonics are going to win the NBA title, that would be qualifying too. But
that would be horrible.
if you said the Thunder, that can't really, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Okay. I like this
You
idea.
should, because I know you like logging things with what you watch and
I
what you
do.
read and how you
Letterbox.
run.
Oh,
and
yeah.
If you did it for what
Smash
people
run.
regard as your worst takes,
Okay. I think
and
this
compile as many and then get it down to 16 and then unleash the bracket on people.
And then that'd be a fun reminder over the year of all the bad takes I had.
Because I did a small version of
Very
this
few of
many
them,
years
though, of
ago
course.
with Happer because he had so many food takes that were driving people insane. And then
What was the one that won? Was it his never altering
we didn't really
orders?
do it, play it out like so, but I read them off.
What's the Happer food take that bothers people the most? Is it his buffalo chicken stuff or is it not altering food?
It's got to be not altering.
It is
The
so
not
weird.
altering is
It is
all-time.
insane.
I get his.
When we went to lunch and I was like, you know what? I don't want mustard, but I'm with you, so I'm going to eat the mustard just to make you happy.
I understand.
And he was happy. And the mustard was not very good.
I understand Happer's point of it. They craft it in a very certain way.
If you go to a Michelin 5-star,
yes.
3-star restaurant, okay.
But if I'm
at
getting fast
McDonald's,
food, yes.
I can't ask for no mustard. Come on.
And I bet when he goes to Cane's, he doesn't get the slaw. That's altering.
Oh, he gets the slaw and he gets real mad when people tweet at him and tell him that they don't get the slaw. So if you're listening to this
Tweet
and
Happer.
you get Cane's and you don't get the slaw, tweet at Happer.
I get the slaw at Cane's, but that's because I don't think it's bad.
Wow. Put that on the bad Nick
Yeah,
take bracket.
Good Lord, that might be the number one seed. in
It's
one of
not the
regions.
best slaw in the world, but I don't mind it.
Now, if you all did this, if you did it, John did it, Nick did it, and Happer did it, you could each have your own region.
That is awesome.
And then your takes could fight it out.
I love this.
The final four of bad takes. Oh my God.
We
this
need to
is
get all of
amazing.
us in on this because McMaster has some real trash.
Well, I
He
mean,
does.
he can be the crown of takes.
Yeah.
We do need to keep this list.
The
It's a
crown
great
of
idea.
takes. One more comment from Brett in Minnesota. Gift cards suck. Give me money I can spend wherever and however I want. Happy birthday. Here's $20, but you have to use it at Starbucks only. WTF. It's a solid take. If somebody gives me a gift card, it's usually to Popeyes, and I'm going to love that thing.
I rarely ever get gift cards to places I don't want.
Yeah.
So it's usually fine.
We've recently compiled all of our gift cards that we've found around the house because that's what happens to gift cards.
Yep.
So we have a wallet just full of gift cards that we've been working our way through over the last
We have
couple
definitely
till you get
done we've definitely done on like the schedule. We're doing a gift card dinner and you just go in and you pick one of the gift cards out.
That's fun.
Where you're going.
And then two more comments. Nebraska Matt, no slaw, double fries always. And then Nelson says, I literally just got a box combo on the way home and subbed the toast for the slaw.
The slaw?
Wait, you got no toast slaw? That's weird.
Okay.
Extra slaw. No
He
slaw,
must
extra
meant-
fries.
did he mean it the other way around?
He probably got extra toast.
Because
That's
the
what
box
Riss does.
comes with a slaw.
Yeah, Riss is a sub the slaw for an extra toast. I am a sub it for extra fries.
Yeah.
That's how I roll.
Extra fries.
All right, baby. That is Dumb Debates. Wow. Excellent work by all.
Yeah, that was really good considering you didn't even want to do it.
When we return, it is time for wait. Yeah, I did. I wanted to do.
You're
Dumb
like, you
Debates.
didn't even send it out to
Oh,
let
I
people
forgot.
know we were dumb debating.
I had a very busy day. Very busy day today. When we return,
I'll allow it.
when we return, it is time for some content. Today in content. Yes, finally.
I never got an email.
We never do content with Shave.
I'm sending it literally right now. I know, and yet we're doing it today. Because
Wild.
we haven't talked about Creighton and Villanova. That will be one of our questions. Also in content, Northwestern football. Huh? Hockey. And maybe the worst basketball
Did you
game
say
of all.
hockey?
I said hockey. Hokey.
It definitely sounded like you said
Hockey.
honky.
Oh, no. I mean, honkies play hockey. So we'll talk about that.
Well, so you went from Northwestern to honky, and I was
Yeah,
like,
it
okay.
all, if the shoe fits. am I
McMaster
right?
coming
Dumb
on.
Debates. Is hockey the whitest sport?
I no. It's one of the rich sports.
Yeah, like polo.
Yeah.
Fencing?
What about the one where they ride the horse and hit the ball?
Well, that's polo.
That's polo. Horse polo.
I think that might be the answer.
Okay.
Whitest sport. All right. Content, which I have sent to Nick and Shafe. Next on 1620 The Zone.
Unsportsmanlike Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike. Two things. First of all, the way that the camera is pointed at Schaefer, it looks like the painting is behind him on the wall right now.
It is. It's very beautiful.
Yeah, it looks awesome. G-Fred writes, has anyone ever done no slaw extra drink?
Is that legal?
Is that legal?
We got to be careful doing that.
Legal. Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a bummer.
Do you guys? Well, you probably hate it because the only thing that you like to dip chicken in is ranch, right?
No,
you don't-
buffalo sauce because he's a freak.
You probably don't do cane sauce.
What are you talking about? Of course I do cane sauce. I'm not a monster. I love cane sauce.
I thought you were basically anti every condiment that isn't ranch.
No, I love buffalo.
He makes his own buffalo.
And I love awesome sauce. I love many sauces.
One of the great things that came out of you have a child and everyone wants to bring over food or whatever. I had a cousin that just came by with a bunch of canes.
That's
and
awesome.
so then you're just air frying it the next day, but you're just putting Franks on it. Buffalo canes, really good.
Oh yeah, for sure. I've done canes before and made like buffalo but what are the wing fries? I've done that with
Yep.
their good
No,
stuff.
the Canes is also doesn't travel great, so there's times where I just already
Because they have the
know
styrofoam.
I'm coming home with it and it's going right in the air
Right in the
fryer
air fryer.
to perk it back up, and then it's great.
By the way, used the new air fryer last night. Oh my gosh.
A new air fryer is great. Ours kicks
God,
ass.
so much better than the old one.
I like our dual wielding air fryer because now we don't have to choose
those
what
are
goes in the
fantastic.
fryer and what goes in the oven.
G-Fred says, for real though, Cane's has hot sauce, so I always mix it with one of the Cane
It's
sauces.
Louisiana hot sauce.
Yeah,
it's pretty good.
I liked it when they had Frank's. I'm not as big of a fan as the Louisiana. I'm a Frank's guy.
It's the official hot sauce of the Colorado Rockies.
There you go, Nick. Wait, which one is?
Louisiana.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
And then treetop applesauce is the
Because
official
nothing
applesauce.
says the Colorado Rockies like Louisiana hot sauce.
Exactly. I assume both of you missed Georgetown DePaul last night.
Oh.
I didn't miss as much as they did in that game. Am I right?
Heyo. So let me tell you what happened, Josh, mostly. Georgetown just went 1 for 23 in the second half and unsurprisingly lost to DePaul. They made one shot in the final 23-19 of game time. Last made basket came with 10 minutes and 7 seconds remaining. College basketball.
Oh, you weren't going to say gotta love it?
No.
So Schaefer always gives me grief because I don't like college basketball. This is your sport. What glorious things would you like to say about that wonderful performance?
You know what I would like to tell you? I've sat through things that are similar to this because Nebraska basketball previous to this year famously had scoring droughts all the time.
That's true.
So much to the point that I often said that if I was over there selling ads for Nebraska basketball as it played on the Huskers Sports Network, I would get the scoring drought sponsored by the Fairberry brand hot dogs or whatever,
They're going to come up with some sort of a drought type company.
You need some kind of drink.
Kent Pavelka could be calling the game and be like, this is a Fairberry brand hot dog scoring drought. We're at 7 minutes and 12 seconds.
It's a great idea. That is a good idea, Nick, for it to be a drink because you're parched and you need a drink.
Exactly.
Nebraska should take a drink with the basketball.
Who does
the Kool-Aid
drinks that they
drought.
advertise with? I mean, you could have
Pepsi.
Hogemeyer seeds. You could do, there's all kinds of things.
Speaking of embarrassing losses, that's how Devils captain Nico Hischier describes last night's 9-0 loss at the hands of the Islanders. Yes, we're talking hockey, folks.
Hockey.
9-0. Ever participate in a game with a loss like that? 9-0.
It's the worst game you ever participated in, Shafe.
Man, I was on some pretty bad club basketball teams, pretty bad middle school basketball.
I was on some rough
teams.
baseball teams when I was a little kid. Where it's like over in 4 innings, 3-4 innings.
9-0 in baseball.
I have been on the other side of that where there was this team that would come from Spearfish that would play in a wood.
Spearfish, that place sucks.
Spearfish, South Dakota.
Oh, okay. I thought it was in Nebraska.
No, they would come
small
all the
town.
way from Spearfish, South Dakota to Columbus to play in this wood bat tournament, lose 3 games by like a combined 75 runs, and then drive back.
That sounds dumb. Are they okay as a city?
Not
it
not my
town?
concern.
Is it docile?
They got to get better at baseball if you're going to start
Think
sending
they have
people out
a
of the
street
state.
light in that town? Is it just a bunch of stop signs?
Spearfish is decent. size.
Hee-haw.
What's the worst sport to lose 9-0 in?
Well, so now I will say this, Nick. Little League Baseball losing 9-0 ain't that bad.
Right.
Like, we were losing games like 19-0, those types of things. I mean, hockey's pretty rough. That's 9 separate goals.
Soccer would be the worst.
Because in baseball, you could have 2 grand slams and then a solo bomb. You could only score 3 times to get to 9 runs. In hockey, you got to score 9 times. 9 times.
9.
That's Ferris Bueller. Or the Beatles.
According to the Sports Business Journal, ESPN is interested in keeping the Monday NFL wildcard window, but no talks yet with the league. Do you hope this sticks around?
By the way, for those wondering, Spearfish, 13,803, according to the 2024 census.
It'd be like the 14th biggest city in Nebraska.
I like the Monday night playoff game. It's nice. It's like a little treat at the end of the round one. You know, you get 2 games on Saturday, gives you plenty of time to read before the playoffs begin at 3:30.
We've never had a good Monday night playoff game, have we? They've always been blowouts and bad.
Crap, that's true.
The Rams kicked the crap out of the Cardinals. The Rams kicked the crap out of the Vikings.
Cowboys kicked the crap out of the Bucks.
Yep.
Bucks kicked the crap out of the Eagles. Wow, you're right.
Yeah, we haven't had a single good one yet.
And I think this one maybe could be close.
Could be.
Steelers
it depends on how
down
the
into the
Texans
muck.
kind of, you know.
Yeah. I like it. Do you want them to get rid? Is that your way of saying get rid of it?
No, I'm just saying, like, I don't mind its existence. It's just there's no part of it where it's like if it went away, I'd be like, oh, you remember the great moment of this?
Because the expanded playoff,
and you've been through it too because your team played one time.
It does suck.
I hate it.
Yeah,
I hated it so much.
Yeah.
It is the worst.
Yeah.
Your team is the last one playing in the first round of the playoffs.
And then you know you're going to have a short turnaround regardless of what happens.
Stinks. I hate that.
Yeah. That's a good point. And the expanded playoff preceded the Monday night playoff game by 1 year. So there, the 2020, the COVID year, that was the first year 14. And so there was 2 triple headers, which was fine. But I kind of like that the Saturday games don't start until 3:30, you know, and then the Monday night game. So I say get rid of it or keep it. But yes, I'm with you. I don't want to play on it anymore.
At some point, it'd be nice to have a good game.
It would be. Maybe this is the one.
John Harbaugh, as we discussed yesterday, is out in Baltimore.
Sad.
Where do you think he lands next?
Well, the Falcons would be smart to reach out to him.
Definitely.
Just trying to think of like what openings kind of make sense. Like if you're John Harbaugh, do you want to go to the Giants?
I mean, I think that they have talented players. Like you got a young quarterback, you got receivers,
Giants.
but it's the Giants in bad turf infrastructure.
So much of my and I had asked if you wanted to rank the openings of NFL teams, and I just there's so many of these teams. Like I wouldn't want to go to Cleveland. I wouldn't want to go to Vegas. Like
absolutely,
you know.
not.
So then it's like okay, Atlanta seems like it's probably.
What about Tennessee?
Tennessee's the other one.
Yeah.
You know, those are
got a young quarterback.
Openings where it's like Arizona would be interesting, except it feels like
can you move on from Kyler Murray?
So good.
Yeah,
that you're in that division with. Like you know, the 49ers are going to be pretty good. The Rams, I don't know because I could see
their owner seems
and McVay and everything.
Yeah, I guess if McVay is
the
like
infrastructure could just go away.
Yeah, if you could guarantee the infrastructure staying around, that place is going to be great for a while. But yeah, you're right. Yeah, that's a good point. So maybe the answer is the Falcons then, because that division is just so topsy-turvy.
So if I was Harbaugh, it would be the Falcons.
Yeah, that's a good take. I'm wondering what's going to happen with him. There's very much a world where he takes a year off and then comes back. There's a world where he's just like, no, I'm good. I'll go be on TV.
Harbaugh or Kevin Stefanski?
I'd rather have Stefanski just because he's younger, and I think what he had to deal with there is like horrible, you know. And there's a part of me that wonders if Harbaugh is just past his prime. Obviously, right? Like he won a Super Bowl. That was a long time ago. He still had really good teams, great teams. I mean, that 2-year Raven stretch, you know, in 23 and then last year. The fact that they didn't even make the Super Bowl is pretty wild. Now I know that they ran into the dynasty, but still, you know, especially that one 2 years ago was horrible. The way in which they approached that was that you and I talking about yesterday, right? The way they approached that AFC Championship game,
really bad,
horrible. You know, they have this great run game and they just throw the ball around the yard for a bunch, and then Zay Flowers has to fumble through the end zone and then you lose.
Yep,
not great.
Yep.
We're still awaiting word on Dylan Raiola's next location. When do you think we'll learn where he's going?
Man, I'm going to say it's definitely before the portal closes. I'll say by the time we do a show on Monday, we'll know where he's headed.
Okay.
I'm just guessing. That is no intel.
So what I can't figure out is what it would be waiting on. Like, so is it a team that's currently playing right now in the college football?
Well, if that's the case, could it be Miami? And then it's just
so
after
Miami
the Natty?
has been the one that I've kind of linked it to because I've said this before, but Adidas is such a major proponent of Dylan Raiola. Like it feels like in order for him to maximize his NIL value, he has to stick with an Adidas program. Well, he's not ending up at Louisville, and it doesn't sound like Arizona State has NIL money to pay him. So he's not going to Texas Tech, you know, so it leaves limited options there. people have mentioned Oregon and Dylan Raiola a bunch, and I don't
buy it.
understand that. He doesn't really fit their quarterback style.
And the Nike Adidas stuff.
Right. And so you have that aspect of it. And then I come back to, like, who's Ole Miss's quarterback going to be when they don't get their waiver for
Trinidad? Yeah.
So, and then does A&M have their quarterback set for next year?
What's his name? Reed was only a junior.
And so he's not.
Yeah, you probably run it back with him, right?
Yeah. So, yeah.
And then did you mention ASU? That was always the other school.
Yeah, well, and the problem with ASU is they don't have an NIL money. So
Yeah.
they're not going to. They're not choosing to. Part of why players are leaving Arizona State is they just don't have the same money that others.
Adrian Childs is headed to Northwestern. Aiden Childs is headed to Northwestern. You two are on the opposite end of the spectrum in your opinions on the former MSU QB. Who will be right about his future?
It will be funny if your boy Chip Kelly has like a nice year with them there. I really like their head coach. I think
Ron's done a really nice job.
Given what he's dealt with and the resources that you don't have and the player quality that you don't have.
Isn't it wild that they don't have resources? And you're right. They have old school resources. They build fancy facilities, but they don't have new resources, which is the ones that are more important in college football in 2026. In the end, it wouldn't surprise me if you end up saying, hey, I think I was right, because for all of his faults, I think Chip Kelly can build a nice little offense, especially at the college level.
Yeah.
You know?
I don't know what their schedule is. I don't play Nebraska, so I don't really have a whole lot of thoughts on Northwestern in general for 2026. I'm
still
by
selling
simply
on him,
saying
though.
I don't think Aiden Childs is that bad. I have become the biggest Aiden Childs proponent in all of the state of Nebraska.
I think it's you and I can't remember who
And
else.
I wasn't even like saying go get him. It's not even like hey, this guy should be your quarterback. It's like I just don't think he's as bad as everybody else thinks.
Yeah. But I think he sucks.
Okay. That's fine.
Creighton is a 6.5-point dog on the road at Villanova. Are they going to cover?
So a Creighton fan pointed out this weekend that I have powers when it comes to the Blue Jays. When I pick them to win and cover, they never do. They lose. When I pick them to lose, they win. I don't know what to do. I don't know. I have zero read on this team. I've been terrible with them all season long. In this game, I think that they're going to lose and Villanova is going to cover. So congratulations to the Blue Jays on a victory.
I have not watched enough Villanova. I think I have watched about roughly 6 minutes of them this year. So based on that 6 minutes and just going opposite of you, give me a cover and an outright win for Creighton.
Jays honk Mike Schaefer.
Honk.
Nelson writes, lost a football game by 72 back in the day, and we even scored 6 points, LOL. Yikes. That would be tough. I was on the bad side of some football games. Nothing like that, though. Nothing like that.
Yeah, same.
Earlier, we got some comments going back to Dumb Debates on Blue Sky, Shafe of all places.
Oh, wow.
Let's see.
Never been on Blue Sky.
RDO Loto 78 writes, money is gift card to U.S. Treasury. Is that true? If you buy a gift card, it's going to the U.S. Treasury? I'm confused by this comment. Corbin writes, field goals from 65 to 69 yards should be worth 4. Field goals from 70 plus should be worth 6. Thoughts?
Would certainly change the calculus of how coaches would operate with kickers that have, you have Cam Little or you have Brandon Aubrey or you have Will Reichert. Is it worth trying to get 6 points? Or if you don't make it, then you're potentially set up to give up at least 3 the other way.
Yeah. And then also Corbin added earlier, did Schaefer give you crap for putting the AFC 1 seed at 8 when he put a team that was a game away from being the 1 seed in the NFC at 9? You did. The Chicago Bears, so close to a 1 seed. You put them at number 9.
He's talking about the 49ers.
Oh,
because they would have beaten Seattle,
yeah.
but they got their ass kicked in that game, so I don't feel particularly
interesting. Kind of like the Broncos did against the Jacksonville
Jaguars. I know, and I have them 3-4 right next to each other.
Remember when the Giants were up by 30 on them that one time?
I do, but you remember how that game ended?
Barely. Actually, I remember it very, very
well.
well.
The Broncos won. I would think that you would remember it pretty well.
And a team scored 33 points in that game. Very triggering to all of us involved. All right, when we return, Sindelar writes, honk, honk, go Jays.
He would say that.
Mr. Honk. You and Sindelar. Sindelar's a good guy. You guys should meet sometime.
I don't think we've ever met.
Alex is awesome. I saw Alex over Christmas break. I gave him a big
You went to
hug.
movies with Alex. You've gone to movies with me.
And I got the movie wrong. Earlier I said that I went to Goodfellas with him. My wife pointed out, no, we saw Goodfellas together. I saw Pulp Fiction with Alex. It was at the same movie theater, though.
I love Alex.
He's a good guy. He's a very good guy. Congratulations on your soon-to-be nuptials.
Well, that's exciting.
Soon to be is in whenever they decide for it to be.
2025 was a big year for people getting engaged.
Was it?
Yeah, a lot of people got engaged last year.
Cool kids were already married in 2025, Nick. Not to brag about Schaefer and me. Schaefer is coming upon his 5 years.
Yeah.
Holy
Happer too. We got engaged
God,
the same
that is
summer.
crazy. That
we
seems
got
like it
married.
was just yesterday.
No, we got engaged the same summer, married the next summer.
Schaefer got married on such a crazy, the day after a nutso storm. And then there was no power and thus there was no AC. And Damon Benning was wearing a quarter zip for some reason, sweating his balls off.
The best part about that was the next day, my dad's telling me about something that he heard football wise. He's like, my source said, he's like, your source, it's Damon. Your source is Damon. I'm well aware who your source is.
Sindelar adds, let's hang out. There you go. Perfect. Jordan says, wow, Josh doesn't even know what movies he's seen with his wife. I forgot. I made a mistake. I apologize.
His wife or Alex. Don't leave Alex out of
That's
it.
how the movies go. It's either my wife or Alex. Those are the only two people I see movies with these days.
Yeah, I got kicked out of the group.
Yep. Sorry, Shay, if we don't see movies together anymore. Though we did watch the war movie.
1917.
No, the pretend one, the pretend war movie with Tom Cruise and Ben Stiller, Tropic Thunder. That was a great time. We had a great time.
That was after the Lions exited their last playoff game for the next decade.
Jack Mitchell left. Our minds wandered in fun ways, and we watched.
I'm the
Tropic
dude
Thunder.
playing the dude.
Disguised as another dude.
I hadn't watched that movie in a long time.
You don't even know.
And then we ended up doing movie club for that movie last year. So I saw that movie twice last year.
Ah, very nice.
Great movie. All right, let's do what's for dinner next on 1620 The Zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
Briss had a holiday party for work the other day, and there is leftover brisket. So I'm going to have that tonight. I think I'm going to do roasted potatoes in the new air fryer.
Nice.
Yeah.
Very
do
nice.
that. Chafe?
I am so I didn't defrost the hamburger meat well enough yesterday. We are going to have nachos tonight. Very excited about it. Homemade nachos.
Nick?
We are going out because tonight is our 2-year anniversary of being a couple.
Congratulations!
Where are you
Thank you.
going? Do you know?
I will.
Will you use a gift card? What will you tip?
Do you know where you're going?
I know.
What kind of vibe is it? Is it a
It's like
fancy clothes vibe?
Is it a record store?
I'm gonna say casual fancy.
Casual fan? Are you gonna wear a hat?
No.
You're gonna change your clothes?
Yes.
All right. Congratulations to Nick and his
Thank you.
soon-to-be wife.
It's the last time we're celebrating this
Congratulations.
anniversary, I think. Do you stop celebrating your get-together anniversaries after you're married?
Last year was the first time that we didn't do anything on that day. For us, it's March 10th. That said, this year we are going out. We've already set a reservation for it. So I think it's just kind of a come and go. Do you guys go out for your dating anniversary anymore?
Well,
you also have a child now.
No,
so
not really.
Life's way different for you.
No.
I don't have no
I mean,
kid.
we sort of you acknowledge the date of it, but it's not like we don't really do anything.
Speaking of, as we say goodbye, your wife has tweeted in.
No,
he is going to have to wait a few weeks to watch The Pit. All right, stay tuned. John Bishop live from Philadelphia, Creighton, and Villanova coming up next tomorrow. Robin Washit, Todd Furman will get you ready for the college football playoff. The semis are tomorrow. Thank you, Shafe.
Thank you.
For Shafe, for Nick, I'm Josh. Have a great night. I'll talk to you.
Bye.